Well, good morning from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Of course, play was due to commence in a short while, but the situation is that the covers are on at the moment. There's a light drizzle just around the ground area. In fact, as we look into the south western portion of the ground, we see some rain in that area. That area has been very overcast throughout the morning, but it is clearing up slightly, and we are hoping that in the not too distant future we would have play. But let's have a look at the toss first.
Well, it's toss time here on a cool morning at the St. Paul's Capistair in wonderful St. Kitts for round number 5 action of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2025. And I've got with me the captains of Barbados Pride Women, Miss Allen and Miss Claxon of the Leeward Islands Women, and also Miss Thelma Gums, our match manager. I think Aliyah has the coin. Heads is the call and tails it is. So, Leah, you've won the toss this morning. What are you going to do and why?
We have a ball. We have some cloudy clouds out there. I think we're looking at that, and we're just looking to bowl out Leewards early.
And, you know, coming off of a loss in the last game, you know, on a day that you need a victory, it's a close matchup, 1, 2, and 3 on the points table. How are you dealing with that?
That's yesterday. Yesterday was history. We just have to look forward for this game. I think we just need to come and play hard cricket, not underestimate the opponent, and enjoy it.
Any changes coming into today?
Yes, we do. We have Alison Garden coming in for Alyssa Scanterbury.
Okay, thank you and all the best. Ms. Claxton is going to join me now. You haven't won the toss. You've been given the opportunity to bat first. How do you plan to deal with that?
At the end of the day, we have to do both, and we are not really happy with the results because we wanted to have a bowl first, but we still will go out there and do our best with the batting.
I'm sure the confidence would be high after that victory in the last game against Jamaica.
Yes, but we have put that behind us, and we are come today to do our best for this game.
And as it relates to the lineup, any changes?
No changes.
Well, all the best today. Well, the news from the centre here at the St. Paul's Capistair, Barbados Pride Women, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
So there you had it, the toss taken, and the Barbados winning the toss and inserting the Leeward Islands. Barbados, of course, renowned for being a bat-first team, but today opting to take, in fact, insert the Leeward Islands. Of course, Barbados coming off a loss on Monday when they lost to Trinidad and Tobago, and the Leewards coming off an exciting win, a record chase for the Leeward Islands, and the first win in this year's tournament, chasing down over 250 runs scored by Jamaica, and so they would be in a good frame of mind. And there are a couple changes to the teams. We see Barbados making one change. Alyssa Scanterbury, she goes out and she has been replaced by Alison Gordon. And for Leewards, it's an unchanged team, except for the fact that, according to the sheet we have been given, it's going to be Jazara Claxton who will be captaining the side today. Amanda Edwards, of course, is still playing, coming off a brilliant knock of 88 not out against Jamaica. So that's the situation at the moment. Still drizzling. The groundsman is out there with the Leeward Islands coach and one of his other fielders there. So it's not a heavy drizzle by any means, but cricket, unlike football, once there's any rain, the slightest bit of rain, you're not starting. In football now. Well, we would have started well on time. So we are due for a late start here today at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And until we get further word, we will ask you to stay in tune and just monitor us, because we are hoping that sometime in the near future play will start. So It's over to, master control. Well, welcome again to the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, the St. Paul's playing field, where play is about to commence. Barbados, the umpires taking the field, the Barbados team also taking the field, but let's have a look at the toss once more.
Well, it's toss time here on a cool morning at the St. Paul's Capistair in wonderful St. Kitts for round number 5 action of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2025. And I've got with me the captains of Barbados Pride Women, Miss Allen and Miss Claxon of the Leeward Islands Women, and also Miss Thelma Gums, our match manager. I think Aliyah has the coin. Heads is the call and tails it is. So, Leah, you've won the toss this morning. What are you going to do and why?
We have a ball. We have some cloudy clouds out there. I think we're looking at that, and we're just looking to bowl out Leewards early.
And, you know, coming off of a loss in the last game, you know, on a day that you need a victory, it's a close matchup, 1, 2, and 3 on the points table. How are you dealing with that?
That's yesterday. Yesterday was history. We just have to look forward for this game. I think we just need to come and play hard cricket, not underestimate the opponent, and enjoy it.
Any changes coming into today?
Yes, we do. We have Alison Garden coming in for Alyssa Canterbury.
Okay, thank you and all the best. Ms. Claxton is going to join me now. You haven't won the toss. You've been given the opportunity to bat first. How do you plan to deal with that?
At the end of the day, we have to do balls, and we are not really happy with the results because we wanted to have a ball first, but we still will go out there and do our best with the batting.
I'm sure the confidence would be high after that victory in the last game against Jamaica.
Yes, but we have put that behind us, and we are come today to do our best for this game.
And as it relates to the lineup, any changes?
No changes.
Well, all the best today. Well, the news from the center here at the St. Paul's Capistair, Barbados Pride Women, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Well, thank you. The teams are out. The Barbados team, that is, out in the middle, and still awaiting the advent of the one of the Leeward Islands batters. Maynard is out there, and I suspect it would be Melissa Clark, but just to reconfirm that Barbados won the toss and opted to insert the Leeward Islands today. And Victor Barbados, normally known, here goes Melissa Clark. Barbados usually known for batting first. They would have won the toss and opted to insert the Leeward Islands. Any thoughts on that?
Well, good morning to you, Earl Smitten, and to everyone. Well, I do not know if it is anything contributing to the last encounter here on Monday when they came up against Trinidad and Tobago. And they batted first and were skittled out for 76 runs. But no doubt it is a plan that they would have, but as you quite rightly said, they usually would bat first. But today they have decided here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground to ask the Leeward Islands to have first knock after winning the toss.
Of course, there was some overnight rain, and there's a bit of rain about. Play delayed a bit, not by much, and moisture around, and perhaps the Barbados might be sensing that there might be something in the track. And as I said, being bowled out for a low score, 76 in the match against Trinidad and Tobago. Leewards, on the other hand, coming in with their confidence very high, having chased down over 250 runs against defending champions Jamaica at Warner Park. But of course, the Warner Park track is a totally different track to all the other tracks we have seen. That is a graveyard. Understand that they have now switched to another track after several games on one particular track, which is good. But, you know, having seen those tracks recently, they are quite big. Take down the pad. This could be out. Well, not out, says the umpire, Vicky Daniel. That looks pretty close. That looked pretty close to me. Umpire is Vicky Daniel. She is presiding, and Imran Mukan.
Yeah, from our vantage point here, it looked very close, but The umpire there in the affirmative saying not out, but a good start by Connell. Right on a good line and length, which he would be very pleased with.
Of course, this is a very important match for Barbados. She's cutting at one and missing. Very important match for Barbados. Barbados at the start of round 4. They were in top position, and after losing to Trinidad and Tobago, they found themselves in 3rd position, and looking to win this one if they had to stay in contention. Banged, in fact, missed time there by Melissa Clark, and it goes up to mid-off. So, very important match for Barbados. Leeward's, of course, at the bottom of the table, and they would be hoping to follow up on a very good win against Jamaica by getting another victory here. So, lots to play for both teams. So, Victor, I guess that you would have looked at the points table. So, perhaps you could give your opinion in terms of who you think might go through to the finals. Finals, of course, on Friday.
Well, Barbados here against the Leeward Islands and getting the first wicket clean bowl.
Yes, that one certainly nipped back. Kept a trifle low. And she's on her way for a duck. So there goes Melissa Clark, bowled by Connell. And Barbados striking first, picking up the first wicket there.
Well, and Connell did the ideal thing too, as I said, bowling wicket-to-wicket deliveries, and that was pitched on a very good length, and probably just catching the batter slightly on the back foot, and it kept a little low, yes, and good wicket for Barbados to get, so a good sign in terms of inserting the Leeward Islands to Barbados, getting an early wicket. But this game for Barbados is very important in terms of where they can accelerate, and if they should get a win here, they can put themselves back up in contention to be in the finals.
In terms of the other teams, though, how do you see the other teams?
Well, Guyana has been playing in this latter part of the tournament, like most of the teams. Well, not most of the teams, but they are in a good position also too. And
so where do Guyana stand on the points table in this tournament so far?
Well, Guyana would be presently in the 2nd position.
Okay.
Yeah, and at this present moment, that is.
So you have Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago top, Guyana,
right,
and then Barbados. So lots to play for here, Barbados.
That's right.
But that wicket, of course, going down at the end of that over.
And this segment of the tournament becomes very interesting, Earl, in terms of as to who can, out of those 3 teams which are at the top, to get to the finals. But the Leeward Islands, that victory that they had against Jamaica, it was very inspiring, and it was very good.
Here we go again, another wide, and it would be more than one wide as they're going through for additional runs. The ball going past Kaisi and Knight and going down to fine leg, chased by Bruce. And in the end, they picked up 2 extra runs, so 3 runs to Leeward's off the mark, 3 for 1, no run off the bat yet. Of course, today, other matches being played. We have Guyana at Warner Park playing against Trinidad and Tobago, and that's a very important match for both of those teams. Very important match in that you have 2nd and 3rd place teams at the moment coming up against each other at Warner Park. So lots to play for there. And Barbados, of course, would have, I'm not going to say an easier task because you cannot write off the Leeward Islands, but they come up against the Leeward Islands over pitch, and she's bowled. My word, swinging across the line, and she's bowled. What a naughty shot. Terrible shot indeed. It was a delivery which was over pitch, and here we go. Swinging across the line. Terrible shot.
Well,
and she's on her way. So, not good cricket at all there by the batter Maynard as she makes her way back.
yeah, and you're so right in terms that
All the other teams in that all their matches are being played in one spot in Dubai. This one lifts a bit on Maynard, who drops it down in front of her. So 4 for 2 Leewards. Saxena, Maynard has been dismissed already. And now we see Divya Saxena name comes up on screen. She's in fact the batter from the far end. So India, Victor, it seems as though you have not looked at it much. Oh my goodness, this one perhaps taking something running down towards fine leg. We'll see in a while. The batter was across the wicket looking to play into the onside. We'll wait on the umpire. And in fact, it took bat.
wow.
So Saxena is off the mark.
Yeah.
First runs from the bat.
Yeah, well, playing in Dubai, I would agree with you there that India would have an advantage because they would understand their conditions there. So obviously, whereby they will know what the pitch does and what the atmosphere is like. So in that environment too, that was a plus even before they started an encounter there at that venue.
Well, it's not just a question of playing in Dubai. That's where they've played all the matches.
Right.
You know, the politicking going on between India and Pakistan. And, of course, the Indian government did not give permission to the Indian team to travel to Pakistan for that tournament. Pakistan, of course, the host of that particular tournament. And, you know, as a result, they had what? Just to save the tournament, what they referred to as a hybrid tournament, in that all of India's matches would be played being played in Dubai. And so they stay at the same hotel. They do not have to move around. They're in the same environment for the whole tournament, which is, you know, a massive advantage to the Indian team. And of course, they would have beaten Australia. Australian team without some of their best players, Captain Cummins, Hazelwood, and a couple of the top players not being available. Stark is not the either. He pulled out last minute. But in the end, India prevailed and they won. So they are waiting on the winners of this match, which is being played today between New Zealand and South Africa. And New Zealand put up a massive 362 for 6, with Williamson getting 101 and Ravindra getting 108. Had good knocks from Philip, who got 49 not out. And they also had, I think it was Mitchell who scored 49 from 37 deliveries. So, much to play for those teams. The last time I looked, South Africa was replying strongly. They were 71 for 1, going after that massive 362 runs. But here his boy's getting off the mark, playing out towards mid-wicket. And she gets her first run. But just to tell viewers once more that Barbados won the toss, inserted the Leewards. Garden. And Garden is an interesting bowler, Victor. You look at her, she seems to, the other at Conway was saying that she was bowling slow deliveries, but I was reminded that all of her deliveries are slow. And perhaps it's a question of she bowling a quicker delivery at times, but not much pace. She comes up and just floats it up. Here's a quicker one, though, which is pushed into the offside by Saxena.
Yeah, well, she's holding a good line and length with her variations in deliveries, and the Leeward Islands, though, at this particular moment, Earl, they would definitely would like to build a partnership between these two.
Yes, Saxena, of course, has not uh, done as well as she would have liked to in this tournament. Of course, in the last match they would have played in that chase against Jamaica at Warner Park. Victor uh, Saxena, I think she got into the 30s. I'll confirm that in a while. The fourth round, Jamaica Leewards. Edwards got 88 not out. Leewards, of course, going after 253 for 9 made by Jamaica. Anthony got 37. Claxton got 34. Maynard 27. And Saxena did not do too well in that match. This one turned down the short backward square by Boyce.
Connell so far has been very much on the a good line and length, and really she takes her time and really looking for those areas, which is very important.
What I've noticed about Connell this year, though, is that she, comes off a very short one. She has reduced her run considerably, and the pace has really dropped quite a bit. In the past, she was probably one of the quicker female bowlers in the region, but certainly her pace has tailed off considerably, and she is more or less just bowling line and length.
Yeah, she had a more extensive run up to the wicket, and she has curtailed that to an extent, and really look like she is more thinking about more movements than genuine pace.
The ball's a good one, which is pushed into the offside. Sun really struggling to come out, not fully out as yet, but it has brightened up considerably here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. So Leewards against Jamaica at Warner Park on Monday. We had quick single here, and they get it quite easily in the end. Jamaica 253 for 9, and they batted their 50 overs. And Rashada Williams 86 from 114 deliveries. Abigail Bryce 72 from 72 deliveries. Jodie Morgan 35 from 67 deliveries. And you had extras 30. Buys 1, leg by 6, and wides again. 20 wides and 3 no balls in that match. And we had Kimberly Anthony picking up 5 for 34 in 6 overs, and the captain at that time, Amanda Edwards, 2 for 42. To Zara Claxton, 2 for 49. Leewards responded in great style. Amanda Edwards, 88 not out from 101 deliveries. And Anthony got 37 from 32 deliveries, and Zara Claxton, 34 from 52 deliveries with Davronique Maynard 27 from 34 deliveries. There were 23 extras in that innings, and of that 23 extras, 11 wides. Nation 2 for 36, Selena White 2 for 42, and Lee was, of course, won that one with just 3 deliveries left. They batted for some 49.3 overs as an appeal went up there. At the end of the over, we'll look at it again. And taking on the pad, perhaps going down the onside. And the umpire not responding, umpire Vicky Daniel not responding to that one. So the over comes to an end. And he was going at 2 runs per over. We have had 5 overs completed.
Yeah, and Barbados would be very pleased at this particular moment after winning the toss and asking the Leewards to bat first. So that would have paid off so far for them in terms of the toss-wise. But in the encounter, Jamaica against the Leewards there at Warner Park too, Jamaica was guilty of putting down five catches in that innings. So, and it's always said catches win matches, but they lost on that premise too, big time, because and they were not really difficult chances that went to hand, but that's all part of the game. That will always continue in cricket, whereby batters will get chances going that way. So, but the Leewards though, and I realize though that has been a pattern of the Leeward Islands team in these tournaments, in the latter part of the tournament, more looking better all-around team in terms of how they play, both batting and bowling.
He was, of course, would not complain. They too certainly would have dropped a few catches, and they would not complain too much. Lee was, of course, getting their first victory in this tournament, which would tell you that they have never beaten Barbados in this tournament. In fact, in 2023, when they played Barbados at Warner Park, Leewards were dismissed for 74 runs from 27.2 overs, with Terrace Parker, who is not in this team, top scorer with 12 runs from some 34 deliveries. And she was the only one in double figures. And there were 4 ducks in that particular innings from Leewards. That's in 2023. And would you believe it, extras in that match, a whopping 43 extras.
Extras top scored.
One leg by 35 wides.
Ooh.
And 6 no balls. And Barbados replied with 75 for 3. And they had Ali not out on 21. And Scantlebury, who was left out of the team today, not out on 14. Trishan Holder, she got 18. This one pushed into the onside. And they can't score. And in that match, I'm speaking about Victor, Shakira Selman, she picked up 3 for 9 from 5 overs, and Alison Garden picked up 2 for 13 from 6. Asabai Calendar 2 for 17 from 4 overs. And for Leewards, Anthony got 2 for 20, Antonio Martin 1 for 20, each bowled 4 overs. So Leewards losing badly in that one.
Yes, indeed. And as you're being alluded to there, Earl, to the percentage of wides by all the teams in this regional women's tournament, they have a lot of work to do in that aspect of their game, in terms of the percentage of wides, and that is so much wides by every team, and really the coaches and players themselves to have a responsibility in working out better strategies to get it more between wicket and wicket. So all around, all the teams would have to work on that particular area, whereby and as you also said too, the percentage of no balls has been minimal, which is very good, but the percentage of wides is really out of hand, totally uncalled for too.
Yeah, and just to take a look at the wides in the tournament up to the end of the 4th round, we have had some 280 runs scored in wides. And of course, you would have to consider that sometimes it beats the keeper, it might run away for 4. That would be 5 wides, or the batters might be able to pick up 2. But they're all wides, they do count. And Leeward Islands has been the worst of the lot. They have conceded some 62 wides before this particular match, as at the end of the 4th round. Barbados 47, Guyana 38, Jamaica 43, Trinidad and Tobago 46, and the Windward Islands 44. So that's an area, which the coaches would have to work on. It shows that the bowlers, they lack control. In fact, let's look at it. Trinidad and Tobago 46 wides, and Guyana 38. Think in terms of bowling. This one. takes her on the pad. It seems to be a half-hearted appeal. Perhaps outside off. We look at it again. No, in fact, it seemed to be angled down towards the leg side, and probably missing leg as the batter came across. But Victor, looking at the bowling teams in this tournament so far, I've not seen the only team I've not seen so far in the tournament is the Windward Islands. But the two bowling teams that would have impressed me most would be Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. And they depend quite heavily on their spinners. In fact, Ashmini Munusa opens the bowling for Guyana. We have Sugrim opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, and they have done very well. In fact, Trinidad and Tobago dismissed Barbados for 76 on Monday.
Yes, indeed, and the Trinidad and Tobago spinners is really quality spinners, really good spinners in truth. But what we're not seeing often too early in terms of the lot of batters using their feet to the slow bowlers. Have you seen much of that in terms of trying to negotiate the spinner?
Well, no, they have not, and I guess some of it is down to inexperience and probably, playing down the wrong line, playing across the line, shot selection. We have seen a couple of Leeward Islands batters being dismissed this morning, and, choice of shot, going across the line, one big hoik, not in position, and I don't think, all of that goes down to, to use of feet. Of course, use of feet doesn't mean that you have to, well, you could be right, it could be use of feet, because use of feet doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be charging out of your crease and going after the bowler. You could be going onto the back foot. It's how you're adjusting in the crease to create length. And, you've seen a lot of these batters out of position at times and playing shots that are not really on. Change of bowling from the far side. Captain comes on. And Saxena is getting one up in the block hole and drives to mid off.
Well, also too with the slow bowlers, occasionally all the slow bowlers at times would leave one a little longer in flight in the air, in their flight, and then to be actually, if you have enough time to be waiting for that delivery, you should have equal time to try and take a chip or so and try to get a run or two. But you'll have to be able to decipher which one to go at, and not every delivery because it's flighted, but the one that has given extra flight in the air, because if the batter have so much time to wait on it to play defensive, they can just get a chip or two and try to get some runs. But there again, as you quite rightly say, it's experience and confidence in executing those type of strokes.
Looking for a run in the end, they get it quite easily. Elliott has some running to do to her right. And the Saxena picks up another run. But it would be interesting to see how the Leeward Islands batters handle the Barbados spinners. Of course, so far what we have seen, Mayers, she appears to be the pick of the Barbados spinners. Did not play in the first couple of matches, but last matches she would have played, and she has really come into the team and has done quite well. So that would be interesting. Elliott, she has been picking up wickets. In fact, she is right up there among the wickets in this year's tournament so far. In fact, she still stays at top of the ladder. And she has picked up some 11 wickets in the tournament so far. But she has, like lots of wrist spinners, she has a tendency to be a bit loose at times. But nevertheless, she has picked up 11 wickets. And Millington of Guyana, she has picked up 10. Anissa Mohammed, she has picked up 9. And this one is driven past the diving figure at mid-on. And it goes into the boundary. That looks like holder. And 4 runs. That's the first boundary for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and a welcome one there too by Boyce, hitting it straight down to the long on boundary. But upon reflection, as we were here and we witnessed Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados, I believe that if Barbados did introduce their spinners earlier than what they did then, it might have been a different proposition. But I find that the spinners came into the attack for Barbados. I think probably it might have been 6 or after 7 overs might have been bowled before the first spinner came into the attack, but you will rectify that. But looking at how Trinidad the spinners did, I thought they would have got that as a picture as to when to bring their spinners in. But
Well,
anyway.
Connell will continue. So the other top 5 bowler is Ashmini Munusa from Guyana, who has picked up 8 wickets. And quite interestingly, only one medium pacer. Oh, that's a good lifting one there from Connell. That looks like the Connell of old. Short lifting, but in the end, well handled there by Saxena, who stood to a full height and dropped it into the offside. But good cricket there from both bowler and batter. So in the top 5, there's only one medium pacer, and that's Kimberly Anthony of the Leeward Islands, who has 9 wickets. But the main wicket taken on the pad, the appeal goes up and the finger goes up, and she's on her way. Seems as though she's a bit dissatisfied with that. Might have taken the edge. Oh, Victor, that one seemed to be angled down the onside. It's very difficult to tell if he took the edge there. It does not appear so to me. I would like to have a look at that again. There might have been a gap between bat and ball, but if you can see it again, but if anything, probably angling down. Oh no, that could have been very close.
No problem.
It looks very close to me. That could have taken the leg stump. So, you know.
Yeah, and even though I saw the keeper making a slight initiative movement to her left, it still looked like it might have just hit the leg stump of our vantage point, looking at it on the monitor and the replay.
Just has to be umpire's call, of course.
Yeah, well, Connell, though, deservingly, though, I think deserved that wicket too, because she has not really given any real loose deliveries in this first spell of hers, to my recollection of that. So, in terms of cutting her extensive run, she seems to be more in control of her deliveries coming off of that shorter run.
Well, in all your matches, I think Connell was guilty of bowling a bit too short.
Okay.
And today, we see better control. She's bowling line and length. She's not bowling quickly. And she's reaping rewards, you know. And she's attacking the stumps more. And you miss a hit. This one turned into the onside. So she has been good today of this shortened approach. So Leeward struggling here after being inserted 19 for 3.
Wow.
And after, you know, they seem to be coming down from that high after that magnificent chase against Jamaica at Warner Park on Monday. They're struggling a bit here. Hector is the batter at the crease. Shawanisha Hector. And of course, we have one of the batters out there with one of the better individual scores in the tournament so far, with East Boys 76. Most runs in the tournament so far. She's in the top 5 also.
That's good.
Rashada Williams, she would have had some 187 runs. She's captain of Jamaica, of course, Kaishona Knight, for Barbados, 176 runs. Taking on the pad, obviously missing leg. Half-hearted appeal from the players. Williana Grimond of Guyana, she has 159 runs. And Shimeen Campbell, the captain of Guyana, 125 runs. Eunice Boyce, 111 runs. And these are the leading run scores in the tournament so far.
Yes, and really, it's good when batters are getting over the 100 mark in terms per innings. So,
well, it's
collectively,
it's not per innings.
No,
overall.
Overall.
The aggregate for the tournament so far.
Yeah, well, that is very good.
No 100 yet in the tournament. We have had quite a few 50s in the tournament so far, and I'll get back to that as Boyce is pushing into the offside. She's one of those batters who would have scored a 50 in the tournament so far. Best bowling figures, Afi Fletcher 5 for 15, and that was the first match right here at St. Paul's against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, and she's a very good leg break and googly bowler, Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, since that she has not really been among the wickets as such. And we have Kimberly Anthony. She has a 5-wicket haul also, 5 for 34. Munisa of Guyana, 4 for 12. And Keelia Elliott and Amrita Ramtahal, both sharing 4 for 27, both getting 4 for 27, 4 wickets all.
What about Anessa Mohammed of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well,
any 4-wicket haul?
She has, well, like I told you, I would have mentioned the 4 wickets haul. I think she would have picked up a 3-wicket haul, but nevertheless, she is in the top 5. She has picked up 9 wickets in the tournament so far.
Two
2 wickets, as a matter of fact.
2-3 wickets.
As confirmed by my producer. But no 4-wicket haul as yet. But she is in the top 5 in terms of number of wickets taken. This one is played back to the captain Aline, who fields and there's no run.
So the spinners have really dominated this tournament thus far in terms of the wicket column.
Yes, certainly.
The
certainly.
spinners.
And we have seen other spinners like Ram Harak, for example, doing well. Young Ramnat, she has bowled well. Those, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago. Like I said, Mayers has come into the Barbados team and she has done well. I think she would have picked up 3 wickets in the match on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. And she bowled very well in the first match she played at Connery. I think she only took 1 wicket, but she was very miserly. I think she took a 1 wicket from a 10 overs for less than 20 runs.
Which was good.
So the runs out to extra cover and they're back for the second. So score now 22 for 3, the Leewards. And we're in over number 10, the end of the first power play. But just to take a look at the 50s so far in this year's tournament up to the end of round 4. Kaishona Knight. She has scored some 250s so far in the tournament. And in one match, the match against Jamaica, she was 48 not out when the innings came to a close. Captain of Barbados, Aline, she has had 150. And we have Rashada Williams, who has been doing quite well. She, of course, is the West Indies keeper, the Jamaican captain and the Jamaican wicket keeper. So she has had a score of 51 and 86, 2 half centuries. And she also got a score of 48.
Wow.
And then Janila Glasgow from the Windwards, 55. Mandy Mango from Guyana, she got 1 half century, 60. Williana Grimond from Guyana at 72 not out, and also she had a score of 48 not out, and Windies Boyce just the 1 half century, 76. Brittany Cooper, 72. Kaisen Knight, 63. And Shimeen Campbell, 77 not out. And we had like Stephanie Taylor getting to 49 in one match. Leanne Kirby also 41. I looked at the score sheet for Jamaica and I realized that Stephanie Taylor did not play in the match against the Leewards. And she seems to be carrying a bit of a niggle. This one taking off the stumps and it goes down to long leg for a single. So Stephanie Taylor seems to be carrying a bit of a niggle. She did not, as a matter of fact, she would have missed out on a couple of matches so far in this year's tournament. So perhaps, in fact, she, looking at her in the match at Connery the other day, she certainly seems to be struggling a bit. Right after that, she was not part of the other match. Probably check a little later on to see if she is playing today. In the air, but falling well short of short mid-wicket. And 23 for 3 in over number 11. And Boyce has gotten into double figures. Still overcast here at St. Paul's. And we are keeping our fingers crossed that we have a good day. Short and pulled nicely down to square leg for 4. That's a good shot. It was short. It got to Hector rather slowly and she was into a wicket, swiveled into a wicket and pulled it down to square for 4. Good looking, powerful shot there by Hector.
Yeah, nicely timed and into the backward square leg boundary for 4. But Cornell, apart from that delivery though, she has been on par and bowling very good. And really Barbados would be pleased at this particular moment after inserting the Leeward Islands to have first now.
This one is badly lined again. Clipped off the pads. Just a single this time. Down to backward square. So Cornell guilty of being a bit loose towards the end of that particular over. Not finishing the over as she would have liked. And we've had 11 overs. Leeward's 28 for 3.
Yes, and 28 for 3. Two batters now having a mid-pitch conversation. And really Barbados still not yet have introduced a spinner in this innings so far. Well, the medium pacers have brought success, so the captain is insisting in keeping them still into the attack. And the Leewards would need a very good partnership between these two, because lots of overs to be bowled, but a partnership between these two batters would be important for the Leeward Islands. But on the other hand, Barbados would be looking to make further inroads into the Leeward Islands innings.
Of course, other matches going on today. And we know that Barbados is playing the Leewards here. We scored 28 for 29 now for 3. Guyana, of course, taking on Trinidad and Tobago. And I'll try to get an update on that match. Seems as though Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and inserted Guyana batting, and they're 16 for 4. Not doing very well there. 16 for 4.
Wow.
And so far, Amelia Khan, the medium pacer, has picked up 2 for 8 from 4. So Grimm is in a fourth overs, and she has picked up 2 for 8 also from 3.4. So doing rather well there. And like I said earlier on, a very important match being played there by Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. So here we see some more runs. We'll wait for the signal. And leg buys. So one more to the score. So Guyana struggling there at Warner Park. I'm trying to get a score from the other game, but I'm not seeing anything here as yet, Victor. Of course, you know, there's for the match, the men's game being played today. Combined, the Barbados Pride is playing combined campuses today. Combined campuses and colleges. And the score there, combined campuses and colleges, batting their 39 without loss. This match is being played at Kensington Oval. Pulled powerfully. And in the end, all that effort just brought one run. So the over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 12 is 30 for 3.
Yes, well, Trinidad and Tobago continuing on the path of success, having 4 wickets in their column already. So they're looking in a good position so far. They are, and they're continuing and growing from strength to strength. Well, here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Barbados up against the Leeward Islands. Barbados won the toss, asked the Leeward Islands to bat first, and they would be pleased for the success that's Barbados that they have gotten so far.
Yes, they really have a grip on the game at the moment, and doing quite well. Still with this overcast condition, of course, like I said earlier, this is a very important round. This round will determine who plays who. See a bowling change from this. The pavilion end, the Garden is back. She is in her 3rd over. She has 5 for 1. And of course, like I said, it's very important game. It will determine who play who for the championship. And also, you know, 3rd, this one is in the air, but falls safe. Bruce back on the, in fact, that's not Bruce, that's Calendar, who's back on the long off boundary. Ball fell well short of her, and just a single. So yes, Victor, very important leg of the tournament in progress. We know the islands, of course, are playing Jamaica, Connery, and there seems to be no update for that as yet. So I would, you know, try and get some information on that particular game. I probably would send a message to one of my working partners over there. And this one is in the air, but falls safe as Connell is back on the long on boundary. And it dropped well short of her and a single. And the holder is asking the fielders
to come in.
But you can't eat your cake and have it.
Yes, and Garden continues.
Well, we have had an update from our producer, Visham Lalman. It seems as though rain would have affected things over there at Connery. So toss is going to be at 11:30 and they're going to start at 12. So that's the situation there at Connery, Victor.
Yes, indeed, because in leaving Bastia earlier this morning, and it was raining heavily in that area, so it's no surprise hearing now that play has been halted there at Connery. But Trinidad and Tobago, they have been really dominant in terms of their bowling attack, and I think the captaincy too for Trinidad has been very good in terms of how she has been utilizing and using her bowlers, in terms of how she ring the changes of the bowlers, and that is a very good sign for Trinidad and Tobago also too.
So, this one goes through outside the off stump, but Leeward's looking to stage a fight back here and probably get some respectability, but the weather conditions, Victor, continue to look a bit ominous at times. There's still quite a bit of cloud around. They're not threatening at the moment. Nice turn into the onside by Boyce and picks up a run. So we are hoping, though, Victor, that the weather holds fair. Fingers crossed.
Yes, indeed.
And that we get a full day's play.
But at the present moment, like you quite rightly say, no immediate threat of rain, but it's overcast. But nice cool conditions for the players out there in the middle, really.
So Guyana 19 for 4 after being inserted here at Warner Park. Connery, toss at 11:30 and play at 12. And we hope that the weather holds fair over there at Connery and no further rain so they could get that match on the way. Jamaica, of course, coming up against the Windward Islands there at Connery. Push to short mid-wicket, no run. And in Barbados at Kingston, we have the combined campuses and colleges getting a good start. They're on 43 for no loss. Of course, in the regional 4-day tournament. Alim. So one is tugged down to long on. And single is picked up. Perhaps Aline might be thinking in terms of getting one of the spinners into the attack. But she has a tendency to, in my opinion, overbowl the medium pacers. And, not seizing the moment and not bringing the spinners into the attack as soon as possible. She will have the medium pacers bowling. They're not troubling the batters. They're not getting wickets. And yet she likes to persist with them.
Yes, indeed. And these two batters, though, for the Leewards, they are definitely trying hard to really build a partnership which is necessary from a Leeward Islands point of view. And it will take a lot of doing, but so far they have been going along quite nicely, but they will really have to give their team a valuable partnership to get a good total on the board to challenge Barbados after Barbados won the toss and asked the Leeward Islands to bat first.
As a matter of fact, in the match against Trinidad and Tobago, when they would have made a very low score, you would have thought that she would have brought at least one of the spinners into the attack as quickly as possible to try and prior to wicket. There goes another wide, signaled by Vicky Daniel. And you would have thought that, you would have thought that, they would have, the captain would have probably brought a spin bowler on earlier on to try and break the back of the Trinidad and Tobago batting, but yet she persisted with the medium pacers for quite some time. And in the end, they lost that one. This one is in the air. Big hoik there by Hector. The bowler gets under it and takes the catch. And Hector is on the way. Not a very good shot indeed there by Hector. Just one wild swing and probably taking the top portion of the bat. We look at it again. In fact, and a good catch there by Gordon, settling under it nicely. She called for it and settled under it nicely and took a good catch. So Leeward's 4 down now for 36.
And just before that delivery, I was saying, well, these two would have to try and put a partnership for the Leeward Islands together. But then here comes an unnecessary shot selection, just skying it up in the air. and Barbados earning themselves another wicket, and the Leeward Islands go further into trouble here at the St. Paul's recreation ground.
Yes, and it's a good time for us to take a water break as the umpires, the third umpire goes on with some refreshment for his colleagues, and the players themselves earn a water break. So we'll be back with you shortly. Well, the water break has come to an end. I don't think it's too hot out there, so
No.
I don't think there would have been too much liquid consumed. But nevertheless, water break drew and water break taken as Garden goes in. And Leeward Islands struggling a bit, 36 for 4. The captain, well, from what we've understood, she is not the captain for the day. Claxon is. Has taken over the reins for today. So it's, in fact, let's see, is it drizzling? See the umpires, players moving away. And there are no signs of the groundsman as yet, but let's wait and see. We see the new batter Edwards walking away, and let's see. She's in fact leaving the field, so I wonder if there's something wrong with her. So we'll have to get some sort of confirmation on that, but she's leaving, probably retiring. But she just faced the one delivery, and she's going off. So that, of course, probably explains why she might not be captain for the day. Perhaps she's not feeling quite well, but we'll have to get further word than that, Victor. But certainly, Edwards has just gone in with faced one delivery and walked out.
Yeah, and as you quite rightly said, we'll have to get some confirmation in terms of why she has left the field of play. But the umpires are out there in the middle along with the Barbados team. But Barbados, they came also through, like every other game, with a plan, but usually when they win the toss, they usually like to bat first, but not on this occasion here against the Leeward Islands at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground here, where Barbados won the toss up against the Leeward Islands and asked them to have first knock. And so far, they have gotten the results after inserting the Leeward Islands. Well,
so there you have it. She's going back out. So she's going back out. Probably we could have a look at Edwards before she left the field. She must have gone back for some piece of equipment. It's interesting.
Well,
I'm trying to see if she would have had a helmet on at that time. So she seems to be okay. She's jogging back out, but just when she faced that first delivery. Oh, so she probably had on the wrong jersey, and she had to go and replace that jersey, which she did rather quickly. So she's back, and she's flashing that one outside the off stump and missing. Yes, certainly she did. That seems to be the training jersey. So, yes, that certainly was the problem, Victor.
okay.
She takes one on the pad, but this one obviously down the leg side. So, 36 for 4, current partnership. 0. Edwards just to the crease. Not from 3. Still very overcast here at St. Paul's. Oh, taking on the pad, the appeal goes up. Oh, very confident one there from the Barbados ladies. And we look at it again. Seem to be keeping a trifle low. Oh, not a bad decision by any means from the umpire. That one seems to be going down the onside, and might have been missing. And if I was in Vicky Daniels' place, I would have given the same decision, not out.
Yes, indeed, it was going down the onside, and really can see the coach for Barbados, Roddy Esbick, just patrolling the boundary lines, and no doubt from there, probably having 1 or 2 conversations with the players. But Barbados would be very pleased so far after inserting the Leeward Islands here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. It is still overcast, but no really immediate threat of rain, but very cool conditions out there in the middle for the players though. And still insisting with the medium paces.
Victor, you say cool, huh?
Well, it looks so for our opposition.
It's rather humid. There's hardly a breeze blowing. In the distance, you can see the banana trees. They're very still. And I'm sweating here in the box, and it's wide open. So probably, you might be feeling cool in your corner. But
probably it's more that.
It's left. It would be interesting to know what it's like out there. But, it seems to be rather humid. This one is signaled wide again, down the onside. So
another wide.
Boyce is on 14. And Leeward's really struggling at the moment after being inserted. It's an easy single. Long on is back, a good distance towards the boundary. Gordon has to cover some grounds and enough time for Boyce to pick up a run.
Well, Boyce appears to be reading the situation quite nicely. She's not really taking any unnecessary chances, and no indiscretions we have seen coming from her, but definitely, we know that the Leeward Islands, they would really have to compile a partnership if they're going to get a good total on the board.
Picks up another single, this time down to third man. This time it's Edwards who gets off the mark. In that game there at Warner Park, Guyana 24 for 5.
Wow.
Coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. edges, did she? That was really a wild swing at one outside the off stump. And probably missing it. And through to the keeper who stopped well. So, while Hoik there by Boyce missed it completely. And the Leeward Island batter seems to be losing the plot a bit. Drives in there back to the bowler court. Good catch. It was overhead and she stuck up both hands and plucked it from the ear. And the Leeward Islands lose another wicket with Boyce going down. Here we see it again. Driven in the air back to the bowler. She waits on it and plucks it from the ear and takes it well.
Yeah, a very good ball and court catch there. So Barbados making further inroads into the Leeward Islands batting, and they would be feeling very good and confident now, Barbados, after inserting the Leeward Islands right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. But Leeward Islands losing their fifth wicket. And really, where would a partnership come from for the Leeward Islands, which would be most appropriate if they should really place a good total to challenge Barbados right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground? Well,
it can come from these two. They would have had a good partnership in the last match. Edwards scored 88 not out, and Claxton, Zara Claxton, she would have scored some 34 runs in that particular match.
Yeah.
So these two would have done well in that match against Jamaica, which they won in the last over with 9 wickets down. So they would be looking for a partnership today. Of course, Claxton is the captain for the Leeward Islands today. So they would be hoping that these two stay out there. We are only into over number 16. One delivery left in this over. It's a 50 over affair. Claxton keeps it out. Over comes to an end. So 16 overs completed. 39 for 5.
Yes, and with just the 16 overs that has been completed, the Leeward Islands still have a high percentage of overs to be faced. So these two have a very good opportunity to try to establish a partnership, and which they did in the previous game, as you quite rightly said there, Earl.
And we look at the groundsmen in action there. Of course, our cameramen, they have been busy. And just before the warm-up, you saw a clip there of the groundsmen at work and players in the background warming up. So, very active cameraman. And producer, of course. This one floated up. You know, this bowler, Gordon, Alison Gordon, she has picked up 2 wickets for 9 runs. She's in a 5th over. But she has a rather interesting way of doing it. She just floats it up. On the pads, taking on the pad, in fact. And did she get a bat on it? But they're through for a single. We'll wait on Vicky Daniels. No signal comes, so obviously an edge. So Zara Claxton, the captain for today. She comes on strike, 40 for 5. Still very overcast. And like you said earlier, Victor, Roddy Estrick has been doing the rounds. He has been going right around the boundary, standing at different areas, looking at his bowlers, turned into the onside for a single. And certainly he has been getting his fill of exercise for the morning so far. He certainly has been around.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And in so doing, too, he obviously would have been giving some advice to the bowlers closer to him when they are on the boundary. For example, the one who is on the long-out boundary, but he is not.
In the air caught. Oh, my word. Played back to the bowler, and she plucked it from the ear. Good reaction there by the bowler Gordon, and she picks up a 3rd.
Yes, and really, the Leeward Islands really losing their way here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground after being sent in by Barbados. and the 6th wicket going down for the Leeward Islands. So Barbados really playing themselves well so far, and we have alluded to how important it is for teams to get victories, and who may just end up into the finals. Well, a lot will also depend on the other encounters. But at this particular moment, though, Barbados here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, after winning the toss against the Leeward Islands losing 6 wickets, so Barbados would feel very confident, and obviously will try to look to bowl out the Leewards as soon as possible. But on the other hand, with the captain Claxon still there, and we can never tell what can happen between these two batters, but at the present moment, Barbados is definitely on top.
Gordon, who was left out in the last match, has come into this match and has been doing quite well. He's in the 5th over, 2 deliveries left in this over, 2 legal deliveries, and she has picked up 3 for 11. Of course, Edwards might have been deceived in pace that time. This one is wide and signal too. Gordon, like I said, she tends to just float it up, and every now and then might bowl it a little quicker, but a very slow medium pacer indeed, of a very short run. Here's a big swing by Anthony, a swing and a miss. So see Gordon running back to a bowling mark. It's a very short one, but nevertheless she is really trying to get through her overs as quickly as possible, running back. And I think, Victor, what Barbados might be thinking in terms, they would like to finish this match off as quickly as possible, because the weather is a bit iffy. And of course, a result here is very important to Barbados.
Yes, indeed, and that could be the main reason probably why the bowler was running back to her mark, and it's very important.
Yes, as we see the bowlers there for Barbados choosing the ball earlier on. Both of them, of course, fast bowlers, the captain Aline and the Connell, and there with the third umpire Javed Prasad. In fact, the third umpire is Ryan Banwawi, also from Guyana. So, you know, normally teams appoint a bowler to select the balls. And of course, Victor, we must remind viewers that there's a ball being used at each end. So we have 2 balls being used in this match. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Touchdown just on about off, or outside off, and curled away from the left-handed Claxton and through to Kaisi and Knight. See the Barbados team really racing through the overs. They're running back to their marks. Swan peels off the outer portion, goes down to a third man, and just a single to Claxton. Calendar, of course, the fielder. In fact, they were able to go back for a second run, and that certainly should have been just a single. And a bit slow off the mark, Bruce. I said a single because I anticipated just 1 run. So Barbados on a mission, of course. See, Gordon is off the field. She is icing her finger, so that catch might have affected her. Might have damaged some tissues. We hope it's just tissues. She's having that left hand iced up as a leg by is picked up. But he was not doing too well. 17.4 overs. And they're 45 for 6. They're going at 2.55 at the moment. Ali, 1 for 15. Is Anthony picking up another run? So, rotation in strike, and of course, with the left and right hand combination out there, the Leewards would be looking to use this to their advantage. They need to build a partnership here. They need to get some runs on the board. And anything in excess of 100 could very well pose a challenge here to Barbados. But we know, though, that the Leeward Islands, the bowling has not been as accurate as we would have liked. See the match referee, Mrs. Gums, there, along with the third umpire having a chat. And that's Ban Marie of Guyana, with Lady Gums of St. Kitts, Thelma Gums, of course. But Gordon is back out and she will continue.
Yeah, Earl, and like how you have observed the movement of the Barbados bowlers and the fielders because of the overcast conditions, I would like to believe that...
Swung up, wild swing there by Anthony. And that one seemed to have taken her plumb in front, and she's on her way.
Yes, and another unnecessary stroke here by the batter going right across the line and being struck plumb in front. So Gordon takes another wicket and Barbados ascends with more wickets just falling for the Leeward Islands. And that observation I was saying, Earl, too, about the overcast conditions, which is still overcast, that they are moving about and trying to get out the Leeward Islands based upon what the conditions are presenting. So they would know how important this match is for them. That is Barbados. And I believe that is one of the reasons why they are changing around so quickly and we see bowlers running back to their marks.
Well, a Calypsonian sang a song. I think it was Lord Shorty, I See Dark Clouds Gathering. No, it was La Tumba from Antigua. Sang a calypso which said, I see dark clouds gathering. And I do see some dark clouds gathering here, Victor. And let's hope that they go away.
Yes, indeed. And really, Earl, and you can see that the players are thinking, because that is the right approach to be taken at this present moment, getting into the positions as quickly as possible, getting in the deliveries, and they're getting the wickets. So they're on the right aspect of things at this present moment.
Slip being put in place for the new batter. That's Kambala Pali, 15-year-old. Senavi Kambala Pali from the USA. And I understand, I've seen a bit of her batting and I understand she's a fairly good batter. She comes in at number 9 and is forward and easing it into the onside for a first run. So Kambala Pali comes in rather early in the piece in terms of overs, just over number 19.
Wow.
But 7 wickets are down. Captain Jajawa Claxon, she's there. She's on 3 from 7. Short from Gordon and pushed into the offside. So, of course, the 2 critical games to the victor would be this one and the one in Warner Park between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. In the air, falls well short of mid-on. That's Cumberbatch. Mid-off, sorry, for the left-handed Claxon. course, the results here will determine the top two teams here and in Warner Park. I think it would be very difficult, probably nigh impossible for Leewards to qualify for the top. 47 for 7, 19 overs gone. And boys top scoring so far with 19. As we look at some of the Leeward Island players. That's Axina warming up. And there's Edwards warming up in a warm-up shirt that she forgot to take off. There goes Anthony. Oh no, she does not like that one. She has pulled out of that routine.
Yeah. But Barbados, though, they are large and in charge here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And they're obviously thinking about dismissing the Leeward Islands as quickly as possible.
Bruce is in the attack, though. And she picks up from a captain. In the air. And St. Vanny is out. Tame dismissal. On the pad, she looked to flick it into the onside. Instead, flicked skywards towards the dark clouds. And Aline just waited and waited on it. And it took ages to come down, but she settled on it nicely. And Kambala Pali goes for one.
Yes, and another valuable wicket again for Barbados here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground on the Leeward Islands after coming off a previous good victory against Jamaica at Warner Park. But today looked totally different. Well, it's a different game, a different team. But Barbados have done well and very well so far in this encounter after winning the toss and asking the Leeward Islands to bat first.
Well, it's the fast bowling for Barbados that is doing the trick.
Yeah.
We up here saying that, probably the spinners would be
not today
more effective, but the fast bowlers and, well, the inept batting by the Leeward Islands, they certainly have given away much of the wickets to fall so far. But the new batter, Moses, Shean Moses, is defending. And there goes Roddy Estrick again.
Yes, indeed, patrolling the...
He's doing the laps.
And really quite appropriate too, keeping himself active. And Barbados really doing very, very good here against the Leeward Islands.
Defended by Moses. Victor, this one seems to be heading towards a quick finish. 8 wickets down for 47 runs, but in cricket you could never tell.
Yeah, well, it seems that, the first encounter on Monday, that was an early one between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. As you quite rightly said, we can never tell, but it looks more obvious that it might go in that direction.
So nice push down to third man for a single to get off the mark by Moses. Of course, just reminding listeners, so they could have an idea as to how critical this match is for Barbados, how important it is for Barbados. Barbados went into the 4th round in top position, and at the end of the 4th round, Monday, they found themselves in 3rd position. This one is outside the off stump, wide of the off stump, and the table makes interesting reading after 4 rounds. We had 3 teams winning 3 and losing 1. And it was the reverse. We had 3 teams winning 1 and losing 3. And you had Trinidad and Tobago in top position. They have some 27 points as the over comes to an end. It seems to be clearing up a bit. We are seeing a bit more sunlight.
Yeah, it's getting a little brighter now, and that's a good sign. And we hope that it will hold good, so we can have a completion of this encounter here. And also, too, we are hoping that the other matches will be able to conclude, and whichever way it goes. But Barbados and Gordon is going to continue. Gordon has been having a good spell, though, Earl.
Yes, I was saying Guyana
Yeah.
is in second position, and they, like TNT, they have won 3 and lost 1, but they have 26 points. The bonus points, of course, would have made a difference in the point standing. This one, Moses is turning gently into the onside. Barbados 4, win 3, lose 1, 24 points. They have 12 bonus points. Guyana, in fact, 4 matches, win 3, lost 1, 26 points, and 14 bonus points. So these top 3 teams with a lot to prefer. And so far, so good for Barbados. So far, so good for TNT, because they are in a commanding position there at Warner Park, and Barbados in control here, but one never knows. Match is not over until it's over. And looking at some scores, Victor. I'll get some updated scores in a while. Just to remind listeners that over at Connery, well, the toss should have been taken by now. They are due to start at 12 o'clock, and we hope that they would have been able to take that toss. In the meantime, Guyana 32 for 6 at Warner Park.
Wow. Trinidad and Tobago really accelerating and continuation of their success.
Feel a nice cool. Okay, we just had an update from Visham, the Canoe situation. It was reduced to 40 overs per team, with each bowler being allowed a maximum of 8 overs. But unfortunately, the rain has come back. So perhaps they might have further reduction in overs when they resume. So that one, you could say, in suspension at the moment, and we are hoping that they'll get a game on there. But Leeward's looking to get to a total with which they could fight. Victor, perhaps if Leeward's could, they could eke out a partnership with some 28 overs left after this. If they could get 220, they could give themselves a chance of winning this one, of bowling out Barbados. We have seen, for some strange reason, Victor, the tracks here seems to be some of the better tracks compared to the other 2 venues, but yet we are having some very low scores. My good friend, who is from St. Paul's and who knows the condition, tells me that the pitch that they're playing on at the moment, that's the spin pitch. So he would know. Well, we did see a few balls grip in the last match, so he obviously knows that. He's saying, my good friend Theo Clark of ZIZ fame, and he's around the cricket a lot, and so he certainly would know what's going on. Nice shot for no run. Elliott knocks it down, and we have not seen any of the Barbados spinners as yet, Victor.
Yeah. And what also is good about the surface here, especially as you quite rightly said too, that everybody have a good opportunity to really do well in the departments, but the bowlers have been the dominant factor here at this particular venue. And not saying that the pitch is indifferent, because it's a good one, but a lot of it we have seen, though, a lot of indiscretions in terms of shot selections.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And today it has not been spinners who have been getting the wickets. In fact, we have not seen a spinner from Barbados as yet. as Bruce continues. This one is airborne, but would get some runs, could get 4. Traveling out towards the extra cover boundary, crosses now, and that's a good shot there by Claxon. Going over the top and picking up 4 valuable runs for the Leewards, bringing up the 50.
Yes, indeed.
50, 2 for 8, and 50 coming up in 22 overs with Boyce 15, Hector 9, Jazara Claxton, she's now on 7, Gordon has 4 for 13, Connell 2 for 13, and Bruce 1 for 7.
Well, with Claxton is the captain for the Leewards now too. She should be more guiding in this partnership, or be giving the other batter at the other end some instructions, as really no indiscretions. Just try to exchange the strike, wait for the loose deliveries if they present themselves.
Connell comes back, and Moses is defending. So she comes back for a second spell. In the first spell, she would have bowled some 6 overs and conceded 13 runs and picked up 2 wickets.
Good spell.
So she's back. And obviously, Barbados, they're going to stick to the medium pacers. That's a good one, but Moses, who seems to be a well-organized batter, is in behind it. Walks away, playing with a straight bat, and that is what is required at the moment. She would be looking to give support to her captain, Jazara Claxton, who came into some runs in the last game. This is another good delivery on target. So what Connell has done, she has reduced her run. Obviously, her pace has gone down considerably, but she's bowling a good line and length here, and every now and again getting one to duck into the batter. But this one is not a good one though, it's down the outside, it's a wide.
Yeah, indeed. Another wide. So the percentage of wides keeps accelerating in this tournament, and that was won by Connell.
So Connell, Moses in behind it. Still with this overcast condition. We have not seen the ball swung a lot. And but nevertheless, the Barbados Pacers, they have been quite successful. She's dabbing at one outside the off stump. And quite over so far. And this is what is required. No big shots by Moses. She would be looking to support her captain. And perhaps, as we have seen in the previous over, Claxton would perhaps be thinking in terms of picking up as many runs as possible. We saw going over the top, going over extra cover. So the plan is obvious, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, once Moses can play that,
So here we have it. We have a nice view there of Stacia. And that view shows the banana trees and Stacia in the background. Stacia, of course, to the left of us. It's, you could say, just east of the ground, just southeast of the recreation ground, and a nearby island. Lots of folks do tend to travel from St. Kitts to Stacia on a regular basis by boat, pushed into the offside for single, but certainly a lovely view there of Stacia, which, as I said, is to our left. And of course, to our left out of sight, Victor, there is also the Anglican Church.
yeah, and that was a beautiful picture there of St. Stacia, and really good picture there for our viewers. But once once Moses can just play that supporting role along with her captain Claxton, and they can, as you quite rightly said, if they can get to 120, we can never tell. It runs on the board is runs on the board, and that has always been a proven factor in cricket. So,
Speaking of churches, Victor Farina told me a couple of days ago that St. Kitts do have quite a number of churches. And I could not help but agree with him.
yeah.
In fact, just recently I was talking to a friend from Dayton, and he plays bass guitar in a church, and he told me there are 13 churches in Cairn. And that is only a small portion of the number of churches. I know Bastia, for example, would have 30 plus churches, or maybe more than that.
Yeah, a lot of churches is in St. Kitts, and actually today is actually Ash Wednesday.
Yeah, well, that's for the Catholics.
Yeah.
Nevis alone has some 62 churches. So you could imagine the number of churches in St. Kitts.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Right, so it could be well over 100. Of course, remind viewers edged down towards third man, just a single. Nevis, of course, just some 36 square miles. Population of just about 13,500. St. Kitts, on the other hand, 65 square miles with a population of about 45,000 plus. And, like I said, an abundance of churches. But we not only have churches in St. Kitts in particular, but we do have a number of playing fields right around the country. And in fact, in every village you go in St. Kitts, as a quick single is taken down to long off, you can find some very large and good playing fields. Sandy Point, for example,
Yes, indeed.
has a magnificent playing field. The only problem is that there's no infrastructure in place in terms of pavilion and so on. But Sandy Point certainly has, a very nice large ground down there, ground which, could be developed. In fact, some years ago, Derek Parry saw it for the first time, and he would have told me that he was amazed at what he saw. He didn't realize that they had such a ground in St. Kitts, and great potential for development, but alas, there's been no development there, no proper infrastructure in place. But as you go around the island, there are a number of nice grounds. Cairn, for example, has a very good ground. In fact, Cairn would have had regional first class match being played there. And Molyneux also would have had regional first class match being played there. But, it's just a question of developing the grounds. We are at St. Paul's.
This is a very good one here too.
Nice ground. Of course, previously there would have been a playing field in the village. This one taken on the pad, it goes into the onside. 56 for 8. Somewhat of a little partnership building here between these two.
Well, and it is quite needed by the Leeward Islands, and also too there is another good ground, Mansion cricket ground, where that is a relatively good ground too.
It's a good ground, but I've not been there for a while. She's looking to hike this one into the offside, taking on the pads. I don't know if they would have done some work on the pitch there, but the pitch was not one of the best pitches you could play on. I guess. So here's another update. Toss at 12:15. Match start at 12:30. So they're hoping to toss and start immediately. Just a 15 minutes window, between the toss and start of play. So seems as though the rain would have stopped there, and the things are looking up for a match there at Connery as Connell continues. Here's one swung in the air out towards, in fact it goes across the boundary now, and it's 4. But a good shot there by Claxton. In fact, it's 6. The coach, Roddy Eswick, is signaling 4. And Trishan Holder was down there on the boundary. She's closer to the action. She was signaling 6. Interesting, but we'll have a look at it again. But a good shot by Jazara Claxton.
Yeah, good shot selection there by Claxton. They really
6.
hitting it nicely.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at it again and see how close that came to the boundary. Eswick, who is on the boundary edge, was signaling 4, but Holder, who was a lot closer, seemed to have lost the ball there. And here's another good shot again. More runs for Claxton. And it's another 4. In fact, wides. So 5 runs to the Leewards.
Well, all these runs, they will count for the Leeward Islands. They really need them runs in any form or fashion. So Moses will just have to play that supporting role. But on the other hand, though, Captain Claxton, she will have to be spot on with her shot selection, even though she is going to be the dominant person in this partnership.
She is on 15. Nice shot for no runs. Straight to short extra cover. Sun really forcing its way out. And she turns this into the onside. That's a good batting. Gets it square. Picks up an easy single. So she's looking for runs here. She's 16 from 26, 68 for 8. Projected score just around 125. As we look at the pre-game warm-up. Having a very close-up look at the ball there. And I understand these days that I think it's the Kookaburra ball that is being used in Caribbean cricket these days. And players complain that it does not have a pronounced seam as the other balls. Captain is back from the far end. Claxton pushes nicely into the offside. So she's settling into her work, and as the sun comes out and the clouds seem to be slowly drifting away and lightening up and giving hope for uninterrupted play. See Bowman on the field. I think she might be on for this one. Moses is defending. Bowman is a third man, so we look around to see who's off. But so far there's a third one, just about 3/4 way to the boundary. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Defended quietly. There's a mid-on. Straight mid-wicket, a square leg, short square leg just next to the umpire, just back out of the umpire, and fine leg back. Not right back on the boundary. Of course, the boundaries here, Victor, they are some 65 yards long, right around from the strip. Not a single. And we have just had one maximum in the Leeward Islands innings so far. Claxton was the one who struck it over the boundary.
Yeah, well, Moses at this particular moment is playing a good supporting role with her captain Claxon, which she would have to do, and Claxton, on the other hand, would have to be very careful at times.
Moses, of course, has faced some 22 deliveries so far. Captain picks up another single. That's the 28th delivery Josiah Claxon would have faced. So, like you rightly said, doing a good supporting job here for the Leewards. And it's 71 now for 8. Barbados, I must remind you, made some 76 runs in the last encounter. This is a nice stay down to third man for a single.
Yeah.
Let's go now 139.
Yeah, and Moses is reading the situation well so far. She realized that she's with her captain, and obviously the captain Claxton now having a few words with her. Obviously, there will be instructions as to how they should be approaching this partnership, and so far it's looking good. Well, Moses is doing the ideal thing to not taking up going into any indiscretions and really playing with the straight bat, which is very appropriate for a low order batter. Well, there's going to be a change of bowling from the northern end.
Yes, going to see spin for the first time, but just to update at Warner Park, Guyana, 49 for 6 after being inserted by Trinidad and Tobago. And just to remind viewers that at Connery, we have the Windwards coming up against Jamaica. The toss will be taken at 12:15, and the match starts at 12:30. And I think it's still a 40-over affair with each bowler a maximum of 8 overs. But certainly it's clearing up a bit here. As we see, it's Mears, Thiani Herbert Mears, who has been introduced into the attack. Spin for the first time today, and looking to break what has been a stubborn partnership between these two. Current rate of force 2.73, 2.72, and the projected score 136. Tossed up, and she waits on it. Moses waits on it and just drops it in front of her into the onside.
Not taking any chances is Moses, really. And also, too, with the amount of overs to be bowled, playing a good role so far. She's thinking, and from a Leeward Islands point of view, they will all be hoping that she can stay here doing the appropriate thing.
Boundary counting this Leeward Islands innings has been very low so far. Just 3 fours and 1 maximum. Some slow turn there for Mears. The over comes to an end. And are we going to see Elliott? Yes, it's a double change. So, second spin bowler being brought on. Keeler Edwards, the leading wicket taker in this year's tournament so far, with some 11 wickets. Right arm leg spinner, very tall. Normally you see the wrist spinners, they're normally short people. Right, so it's a bit more difficult for a taller person to control well. And they go around the world, some of the top leg spinners, Rashid Khan, Abdul Rashid from England, they're all short people.
Yeah, the majority are spinners, and the late great Shane Warne, medium height.
Medium height, he was not that short.
Yeah,
medium height nevertheless.
Yeah, medium height, yeah.
Oh, confusion. And out. Should be. Oh my goodness, the keeper made a mess of it. It was thrown to the non-striker's end. There was hesitation between the two batters. Elliott realized that Claxton would have made it home. She threw it down to the keeper, who had a year and a half in which to remove the bills. made a complete mess of it. It bounced in front of her. She did not take cleanly. And in the end, Moses made it home safely. But I think the keeper could have done better with that one, Victor.
Far better the wicket keeper should have done. And also, the batter in Moses also lost her bat in the process in trying to regain her ground. But let us see if this will be costly for Barbados. That missed here, well, for the Leeward Islands. They would hope that this would be in their favor.
Tossed up, and she's sweeping. Here's the confusion again. In fact, the ball beats the fielder, and it's Cumberbatch who has to tidy up, and they were able to pick up 2.
And from our position there, with the ball going behind Moses' back, where it went down to fine leg, that most likely should be Claxton called as a non-striker because she had better vision as to where the ball was going.
It has been quiet so far, but a little excitement being brought into the proceedings. Victor just to carry up the BP a bit, keep and get the heart racing.
I like that.
Elliot tosses up, and she takes it on the full and gets the single easily this time. Good call in that time.
Yes, indeed, because that was the striker's call, Moses, all the way, because it was to her captain's back, Claxton, who comes into strike too. And with the left-hander and right-hander, that could be in a favor for the Leeward Islands. And these two going along so far for the Leeward Islands nicely.
Moses looking to be a bit more aggressive, though. I'm not too sure if that's a good thing. Oh, this is a poor delivery. And swung down to fine leg. And Calendar had quite some running to do from a position at she's in fact at short tournament, and she had to run into a fine leg position to retrieve, and there was enough time for the batters to pick up 2.
And as you have alluded to, Earl, in looking at Elliot, if you can just be patient enough for wait for that 1 or 2 loose deliveries that she generally will bowl, but that has completed her over. But so far, these two are compiling a relatively good partnership here between these two, Claxton and Moses. So Earl, if they can really go deep into the overs, the Leeward Islands can really challenge Barbados.
Well, just to tell you that we have rain again at Connery.
Wow.
So no play days yet. So I suspect those times are going to change again from 12:15. You know, so we just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So toss was due at 12:15 and the game to start at 12:30, but based on what's happening, that is not going to happen again. Nicely played by Moses. And it's Holder who is doing the fielding there. So it's been rainy around St. Kitts these last couple of days, as it's quite pushed into the offside. So 78, Barbados made 76 in their last match. Could that be psychological? I'm sure they'll be looking to do a lot better today. A lot hangs on this particular match. And as we look at some of the other matches, there's no play in Connery as yet. And it's raining at Warner Park. Not surprising. Once it starts at Connery, it's very likely that it can find its way down to Warner Park.
Yeah, indeed.
So 49 for 6, rain at Warner Park.
Well, rain heavily over there in the Bastille area. But we have play here at St. Paul's Recreation Ground. It's still a bit overcast, but has improved from what it was earlier this morning.
It has improved, but the clouds have not really gone away as yet. And we are in the rain belt, or one of the rain belts. In St. Kitts, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, these areas, they do tend to get quite a bit of rain. So we just have to keep our fingers crossed here and hope that we get a full day to at least get a match. But at the moment, it's 78 for 8. Leeward struggling, 29 overs gone. Projected score 135. And if they can get to that score, who knows what can happen.
That's right. Well, Elliot continues. Tugged away. They're going to get runs to Leeward.
Yeah, so just an update that Canary lunch is being taken at the moment. So they're hoping that the rain goes away out there at Canary. And, they could have some play after lunch. So, but Elliot with a packed offside field as Moses draws away. This has been a little stubborn partnership between these two players. Claxon, of course, the captain for today. Here is Moses getting one into the onside, but can't score.
Moses appears like she thought she missed out there. But anyway, she's still there at the crease.
Well, she would have. It was a full pitch delivery. There's no one back in the onside. And had she gotten it past here, she out. A wild swing, looking to pull into the onside, missed it completely, and seemed to have been bowled.
Yeah.
Yes, stumps disturbed there. So Moses goes 79 for 9 as she walks away. And our drinks been taken. Victor, we are going to take a drinks break also, and we'll be back with you shortly. Well, Elliot bowls in fact, it's the new batter, Leeward, who gets off the mark immediately with a single out towards mid wicket. And Leeward, of course, who hit the winning run for the Leewards in that last match, came in and struck a boundary. and took the Leewards over the line in that mammoth run chase against Jamaica on Monday. And she's swinging, edges, it goes past the keeper and goes down to third man. In fact, she's looking for a second run. The return goes in the middle of the pitch. And can hear some shouts below. There we go again. Swing, peel off the outer portion of the bat, eludes the keeper. And she picks up a couple runs. So the Leeward Islands into the 80s. And of course, that's, not a very good position to be in, but I must remind viewers that Barbados scored just 76 runs on the same track on Monday. So Leeward Islands could very well think that they might have an outside chance of winning this one also, if they bowl well. But I'm afraid I must say that that has been one of their weaker suits in the tournament so far, the Leeward Islands bowling, but you never know. Anthony has been picking up wickets. She has a 4-for. Kimberly Anthony, she has in fact a 5-for, 34. And she would have picked up some 9 wickets in the tournament so far. Claxon is playing rather gingerly at one outside the half stump. So one never knows. If the Leeward Islands can bowl well, they can very well put Barbados under some pressure. Mears. Oh, here is Claxton doing the switch it, I would say. That's definitely a switch it as opposed to the reverse sweep, but she missed it completely. Quietly into the offside. And it has been a struggle all day, the sun and the clouds, but thankfully we are having cricket here. In the air, Claxon could be on the way, Cumberbatch set, drops it! Oh my goodness, easiest of catches, probably, too confident, and Cumberbatch putting down an easy one. Here we go, swung at in the air. Cumberbatch probably having too much time, had to think a bit, too much time to think. Easiest of catches and put down. So, really and truly, I was saying, that's it. It's all over for the Leewards. Catch put down. 84 for 9 now. Tossed up, swung down to Cumberbatch. This time she feels on the bounce. So easiest of catches going down there. Just remind listeners that the Barbados team won the toss earlier on and inserted the Leeward Islands. So far, Claxon has top scored with 23. Gordon has picked up 4 for 13. And Leeward Islands really struggling. And it's amazing how the Leeward Islands can go from low to high, high to low. Scoring 257 in the last match to win a match. Highest in the tournament. And now struggling to get to 100 here at St. Paul's. But having said that, Barbados batted on this track on Monday and they just got as far as some 76 runs. Here is Leeward getting it out towards, yes, the catch is taken. Out towards wide, it's long off. And Gordon settles under it and takes an easy catch. Swing into the onside. Fielder settles nicely under it. And with the reverse cup taking a very simple catch. And it's all over for the Leeward Islands. 85 for 9 and they batted some 85 for 10, sorry. They batted some 31.1 overs. The last person to go was Leeward, who was out caught for 5. And 85 it is for 10, which means that Barbados would have to score some 86 runs to win this one. And just to quickly tell you that Barbados would have won the toss, inserted the Leewards, and Leewards being dismissed. And just to tell you that for Leeward's boys got 15. The top scorer was the captain, Josiah Claxon, 23 not out. And we had, those were the only two batters in double figures. We had some 15 extras. And for Barbados, Connell took 2 for 26 from 8. Listen Gordon, she had 4 for 13 from 7. Shanika Bruce had 1 for 10 from 4. Aline, she had 1 for 20 from 7. And Keelia Elliott, she had 2 for 11 from 2.2. And Leeward Islands, all out for 85 from 31.2 deliveries. We'll take a short break and we'll be back as soon as we have some action here at St. Paul's. Well, good afternoon from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, where it's still drizzling. Play was scheduled to restart. That's the second half of the innings, or the match rather, was scheduled to start at 12:51. But during the luncheon break, the rain came down. It's not heavy, but drizzling steadily. And as we look out towards the sea, we are not really seeing the sea. There's cloud cover over there, and it seems to be drizzling still. So we are just keeping our fingers crossed here and hope that we would have play as soon as possible. But that's the situation here. Just to remind viewers, the Leewards all out for 85 from 31.2 overs. Barbados would need 86 to win. Well, we are back here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex. Play is about to resume, and the umpires are out. The Leeward Island fielders, they're out, and the Barbados batters, they're going out ahead of the Leeward Island fielders. And of course, just to tell you that Barbados, they just need some 86 runs to win this one. Leeward's being dismissed for 85 from 31.2 overs. So they fell well short of the 50 allotted overs, with a top score of 23 from 37 deliveries coming from the captain for today, Jazara Claxon, and just one other batter in double figures, Renice Boyce, 15 from 36 deliveries. There were 17 extras. And for Barbados, we had Alison Gordon picking up 4 for 13, Connell 2 for 26, Elliott 2 for 11 from 2.2. Connell had 8 overs, and Gordon had 7 overs with 2.2 overs to Kaylee Elliott, who picked up 2 wickets. A wicket apiece to Shanika Boose and Aliyah Aline. So Barbados, less than 100 to get. Of course, they would have made some 76 runs here on Monday against Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon to you, Earl Smitten, and to all who might just be joining us now, and especially those of you in Barbados would be very pleased to hear and know that Barbados inserted the Leeward Islands and bowled them out for 83 runs, and now they have their time at the crease now to respond if they should get a victory here, which will be very vital for the Barbados team, which can pose an interesting position in terms of the points table.
Leeward's, of course, opting to start with spin. Edwards starting from the far end. You see St. Saxena back on the mid-wicket boundary. Kaisia Knight is taking first strike. She is partnered by Asabika Lenda. Both of these batters would have scored half centuries in this tournament so far. Kaisia, 1 half century, 63. And Kalenda, she would have scored 54. So much to play for Barbados. And they would have done a very good job first half. So just for them to try and finish off and put themselves in a position to get into the finals at Warner Park on Friday. And of course, that finals would be to determine the winner of this year's tournament. Still some clouds around. In fact, I look out just in the northeastern corner, there's a heavy cloud. The rain seems to be the order of the day today in St. Kitts, Victor.
Yes, and it's raining. It has been raining at the 3 venues here in St. Kitts for this tournament.
So this one is wide, the off stump, and Leewards would be hoping to get that early breakthrough. Not a big score by any means on the board. And perhaps Edwards sensing that the Barbados team would have struggled against spin on the same track on Wednesday. In fact, it's Leeward who is starting from the far end. I said Edwards, but it's Leeward. It was a Leeward. Both Leeward and Edwards sporting short haircut. So for one moment I was a bit fooled by the haircut of a Leeward. So first over comes to an end, and Barbados just with a single from that over. So a good start for the Leewards. And at the same time, too, they cannot afford to be expensive. The bowlers, Victor, they do not have much runs to play with.
Yeah, they will have to be very disciplined in terms of their length deliveries and really bowling more or aiming for more wicket to wicket deliveries. So interesting opening attack though. They're going to be opening with two spinners. That's the Leeward Islands. So no doubt they would have done some homework in that aspect.
So the 15-year-old Sianavi Kambala Pali tosses up. She is opening from the pavilion end. Sianavi Kambala Pali, of course, comes from out of the USA, 15-year-old player. Starts well. It's a good one there, a good second delivery. She's bowling right arm wrist spin and she's going over the wicket. Oh, this is a good one and she's out. She's bowled, Calendar. My word, wonderful delivery. By Kampali, tossed up well, and we look at it. Oh, that looks like the googly. Yeah,
It is.
Kept straight and knocked back. The middle stump, he seemed to have struck middle between middle and leg, so good start for the Leewards, Victor.
Yeah, excellent start, and really that was a good delivery. And as we see there on the monitor, it appears to be that one was the googly and not the leg break. She's bowling right hand, back of the hand, and a good start for the Leeward Islands. And really, Barbados, when they play Trinidad here at this same St. Paul's Recreation Ground, they were all out to 76, and the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago on that occasion, they who reap the rewards. So the Leeward Islands opening with spinners and getting an early wicket.
Yes, and Calendar goes back for a duck. In fact, I think she would have picked up a run. She got off the mark earlier on, so she goes back early, and a good blow struck there by the Leeward Islands. And reading the plot well, realized that Barbados would have struggled against spin in the previous match on this same track here. And bringing on their spinners early in the piece. It was a Leeward and Sianavi Kambalapali. Takes me a while to get through her name, of course. 15-year-old, getting early success, tosses up. And Holder, of course, is a batter who has an aggressive approach. And this could be an opportunity for the Leewards, of course, to pick up another wicket. Tosses up, and can sense that, the batter there, was a bit hesitant, not reading probably the googly in the end. She managed to keep it out, probably reading it from the pitch. Back, looking to force. So good start there by Sianavi for the Leewards, and picking up an early wicket.
Yes, and just what her captain Claxon would have wanted from her, and she did it well. Her control was very good too. She bowled most of her, or all of her deliveries were wicket-to-wicket deliveries. So a very good over. Well, they will have to work in combination though, the spinners for the Leeward Islands. And the quicker they can make more inroads into this Barbados batting, they can stand a good chance in defending the 83 runs that they placed on the board. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, both of them started well. Just one run from the first over, none from the second. As was a Leeward. Oh my goodness, there's an appeal. We probably need to have another look at that. A bit unsighted by the batters there. As Roselle. Kaisia this time gets it into the onside. But this could be an interesting one this afternoon, Victor.
Yes, it has all the potential to conclude that way.
So poorly lined though, but she gets away with it as it goes down to backward square. And can't score. Maynard was in attendance in that position. But Kaisia Knight she and her sister, Kaishona Knight, they have bundles of patience, these two. And they have the ability to bat long. And the batting of the Barbados team certainly has revolved around them quite a bit. In fact, in the match on Monday, both of them top scored. Kaishona got 23 and Kaisia got 20. And those were by far the two top scorers in the Barbados innings. So a lot of the Barbados batting revolves around these twin sisters.
Yes, and really, these two now though who are at the crease, they're going to have, for Barbados, they're going to have to try to put a partnership together. But the way the Leeward Islands spinners have started, they have started on a good line and length, and they have gotten a result so far. They've gotten 1 wicket, and once they can continue in that vein, we're going to really have an interesting contest here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Barbados versus the Leeward Islands.
Target, of course, for Barbados, 86 to win. And Leo's, of course, getting 85 runs from 31.2 overs. With Claxon, the captain for today, top scorer with 23, not out. Then Windies boys got 15, and the extras 17. And, Kaisia Knight is pushing into the offside, and Victor, the finalists for the championship trophy has been decided. New Zealand defeating South Africa today. Wide delivery. And wide signal by Vicky Daniel. So New Zealand won by some 50 runs after they had put up a massive record total, 362 for 6. Quietly pushed into the offside by Knight. Of course, New Zealand made that 362 runs on the back of centuries from Rachin Ravindra, who was the man of the match, and Kane Williamson. So one played up to mid-wicket and a single only. And of course, you had good supporting knocks from Mitchell 49, Glenn Phillips 49 not out, and he got those 49 from 27 deliveries. And Geedy took 3 for 72 from his 10, Rabada 2 for 70 from his 10. And in reply, South Africa, they gave a good strong response, as we see another wide there, this time from Savini, Kambala Pali. So New Zealand, in fact, South Africa, in reply, they made 312 for 9 from 50 overs, with Miller getting 100 not out, Van der Dusen 69, and the captain Bavuma 56. Sattler took 3 for 43. Tossed up, rather gingerly played into the gully region there by Cumberbatch. Henry took 2 for 43 from 7 overs, and Glenn Phillip 2 for 27 from 3 overs. Expensive, but picking up 2 wickets there. So South Africa takes on India in Dubai. India was at this unfair advantage from the start of the tournament, playing all their matches in the same venue.
All right.
And, as we look at some of the supporters there, on the hillside. Of course, you know, the Leeward Islands team, they do have some parents who have been following them around. And these parents, I understand, would have come from Antigua. Of course, there's Claxon, who is the girl on the team. Mom probably would be around also. I know her dad would have been at some of the games and would support coming from the parents. Pretty certain they would have enjoyed that match yesterday in Warner Park. Good chase there by the Leewards. But not doing too well in this game so far. They've started well though. They've kept things tight. They've picked up a wicket. It's 5-for-1. And we know number 5. And that song, that calypso comes back to mind. I see dark clouds gathering once more, but let's hope I'm not, as we would say in local parlance, I'm not putting goat mouth on the situation. As Hola comes back into strike and she's facing those in life. But let's hope not.
Yeah, let's definitely hope not, because the Leewards, in terms of defending their total, so far the spinners have been on a good line and length. So once they can keep that up, it will probably create some pressure on the batters. But if the batters keep exchanging the strike, it could be much more easier in terms of them chasing down the total.
Loud appeal as he struck on the pad. Probably going down leg side. But Cumberbatch, you know, seems to be a batter who likes to go after the bowling. Gets the gift, misses out down the onside. Wide signal.
Well, here is where the control of the bowlers, as you've been alluding to earlier on, Earl, that control, because that high percentage of wides, and with a small total, the Leewards can ill afford piling up those wides.
Well, it's been one of their shortcomings. This one keeping a trifle low and going through Boyce, the keeper, and running behind her, allowing a single.
Well, from that delivery that even kept on the low side, it should be signaling to the bowler that try to get it wicket to wicket, because once it's going to be, if it's going to consistently keep that low, it can be a big challenge for the batters.
Problem though is that sometimes the ball keeps low outside the stumps, and when you bowl them on the stumps, it bounces quite nicely for the batters. So we just have to keep a close eye on that and see how the track plays as another over comes to an end. And, it's 9-for-1. Barbados going after some 86 runs to win.
I was thinking for a moment, though, with the light showers that we had here, but we're not seeing it from the spinners. It seems like they're controlling the ball well. I thought it might have been a little slippery, but that has not showed any signs, really, because we have not seen a lot of bad deliveries, so to speak.
Yeah, we just saw one. We just saw a bad delivery over tossed. Not capitalized on. And just a single to Saxena, who is on the square leg boundary. Saxena, of course, lives in Canada. Has been with the Leeward Islands for the past couple of seasons. There is Holder is neither back nor forward, just stands there and rather gingerly pushes the bat at that delivery. So she doesn't seem to be reading Sianavi properly. Tossed up.
Well, control is very, very good as a wrist spinner. I find very, very good so far.
And I must remind you that she's only 15 years old. Nicely played. But just a short backward square, no run. After every delivery of Victor, the bowler is rubbing her fingers into the turf.
Right.
So there's probably some moisture out there. Here we go. This one is very wide. And she certainly would have lost control of that one. Wide signal also. Now
Okay. Here comes the towel now. So it is then that it is the seam should be a bit slippery. So it's going to be a little difficult to really have good control.
Yes, the more often the ball goes into the outfield,
Yeah.
it would pick up whatever moisture is out there, and it becomes slipperier and slipperier. Had a delay between innings and play. In fact, we started at 1:20. We had some rain during the luncheon interval, and play was scheduled to recommence at 1:51. And as you can see a good shot of some clouds around. And in fact, from the far end, the shot has been taken of you can see the pavilion there in the background. It's a single is picked up there. Played nicely, of course, by Claxon Knight. You look at it again, Victor. Those clouds looking rather ominous. So I would have said dark clouds gathering, so the listeners would see exactly what I was speaking about.
Yes, it did. They're definitely gathering.
But so far, so good. Forces out towards extra cover. That should be 4. In fact, it's slowing down a bit inside the boundary. And will it get there? No. It stops just inside the boundary. And they're back for 3 runs. So 3 runs to Trishan Holder. Good shot. Just too short. And she was on to the back foot, found the gap between cover and extra cover. And it raced away towards the extra cover boundary. And Trishan Holder picked up 3 runs. So, in fact, those are her first runs. And she took some 14 deliveries to get after mark. Claxon Knight is on 6 from 21.
Yes, and we can see now the spinner using the towel to dry whatever moisture that the ball might have picked up when it went out into the deep extra cover area.
Quick single and turn at the non-striker's end, but the batters were home. Of course, Barbados would be playing this one with an eye on the weather. And they've started slowly, but somehow I suspect that they would like to get this over and done with as soon as possible, because it's important that they come out of this on top. Attempted cut shot missed there by Holder. Keeper takes. Important points for Barbados if they're going to stay in contention for this year's trophy. Single as she forces, fumbled there by the fielder Martin. Anthony, in fact, and allows a run. Leeward's on the other hand, not much to gain, not much to lose, in fact, I should say. Of course, if they win, I mean, that's a gain for them. That will be another victory under their belt. They have only won once in this tournament. Badly lined and more runs here. And chased down there by Moses. And in the end they completed 2 runs, but at times it appears to be clearing up a bit, and then, you know, the dark clouds tend to gather, but at the moment, Victor, it's not too threatening, although it remains overcast.
That's right, yeah, it is. Well, we can see some challenges that the bowlers now have, as we observe that when the ball goes into the outfield, you can see the rag coming into play and in trying to keep the ball as dry as possible. But let us see what she will do on this occasion.
She keeps floating it up. Nicely played. Sanavia Tambala Pali. So far, she has an economy rate of 1.58. Oh, there's an appeal. But that out says the umpire.
It seems like it caught the batter in 2 minds, whether to go over mid-wicket, and in the end, luckily for the batter, it was going down the leg side, but it was a well-flighted delivery, not afraid to give it some flight.
She's going around the wicket to the left-hander. She's going between the umpire and the stumps.
Well, the good thing about for her going around the wicket, that she has a better view of the stumps from that angle, whereby she might just be seeing 2 stumps.
What she's doing though, she's using the crease well. She went wide for the previous delivery, and for this delivery she came much closer to the stumps. So she's varying her angle. She's using the crease well, going wide and then coming close to the stumps.
Yeah, and that also makes the batters, I think, a lot much more, seeing that the bowler is using that crease so nicely, coming from different angles. So she's really thinking about her way to really look to get more wickets for her team still. Let us see what would happen.
She's over the wicket this time. And the holder is forcing, looking for a run, which is not on. 21 for 1. Barbados losing an early wicket. But the calm head of Kaisia Knight, she's out there. Tossed up, driven nicely, going out towards the boundary, but on the sluggish outfield, it stops well inside the boundary, and it's picked up there by Maynard, but not before the batters were back for 2. So good finish to the over there for Barbados.
Yeah, and in getting that,
end of the over. Oh my, that's a beautiful sunset. And on Frigate Bay Beach, Victor. And looking at that, I'm pretty certain you'll be thinking that the sooner this match is over, the better you can journey down to Frigate Bay.
Yeah, that's a lovely picture.
And bask in the comfort of the beach there. See Anthony being brought into the attack. She has been probably, in fact, the most successful bowler for the Leeward Islands in this year's tournament.
That should be a good move, really, because if you have your outstanding bowler, especially in the last outstanding victory for the Leewards, quite an appropriate time to bring her in early into the attack too, because the quicker the Leeward Islands can make inroads, it will be better for them in terms of defending the total that they placed on the board. But on the other hand, if these two can just continue for Barbados and build a partnership, they can make the going quite more easier and comfortable.
Anthony has picked up some 9 wickets in the tournament so far, and she has won 5 for 34. So she is in form, but starts poorly. Wide delivery down the onside. As I speak to the clouds are lifting, the light is improving, but I hope I've not spoken too soon. So that's those are good signs for the game, and this one is pulled into the onside up towards backward square, too short, and it's going out towards the boundary. What will not get there, and Morgan has some running. Maynard, sorry, has some running to do once more, and another 3 runs there to Knight, Casey and Knight. So Barbados inching closer and closer to the total, but Anthony certainly has not started well.
No, her line is she's been off target, and the batters for Barbados, they are capitalizing on those loose deliveries. So productive over so far for Barbados, and these two are quite aware of what is ahead for them, what is required of them in terms of a partnership. But on the other hand, if Leeward's going to really challenge Barbados, they will have to be taking wickets and taking them rapidly.
Oh, gets it down to short turn man and gets a run. Stifled appeal from one of the Leeward Island players. But much better line that time from Anthony. So, magic figure, of course, 86 for Barbados. They lost the early wicket, but yet they're fighting back. Another 58 runs needed from some 249 deliveries. Required run rate 1.4. So, a very easy task for Barbados. Of course, the Leewards could tell you that it's an easy task for them also. They only need another 9 wickets.
That's right.
To win this one.
But as the batting team Barbados, though, and what is required in terms of the percentage of leaguer deliveries that should be bowled, the batters should feel comfortable in just exchanging and waiting for the loose deliveries.
Yeah, some patience being shown by Casey and Knight, and these Knight sisters, they seem to possess bundles of patience.
Well, that is very good in cricket, and especially more so batting, because when you get good deliveries, you should really be defending, and when you get loose deliveries, you should be trying to be scoring. Well, and even off of some good deliveries, you can play at times with soft hands and try and, get your 1s and 2s in the gaps.
I'm afraid, Victor, that was your brand of cricket, though, because the way the game is being played nowadays, batters do have to look for ways and means of scoring, even off good deliveries.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, a lot of times the fielders are basically on the 30-yard circle, right? If you have to move to your left and your right and it's not played too hard in that area, if the calling is good, because at the time when we were growing up, we used to play a thing called knock the ball and 1 run, and so forth. And sometimes when you see where the fielders used to be so close to the wicket and guys still used to get a single, So when you have to move, you still have to pick it up, you still have to throw. But anyway, you have to, at times when you can't get the boundaries, think about how you can get other runs.
That is true. But here's a quick single. the game has evolved, Victor.
Oh yes,
and,
that's appreciative. Yes,
you
no
know,
doubt.
good. We see so many good deliveries being dispatched, and
Oh yeah.
it all speaks to the skill of batters these days.
That is the
You
point.
have to be able to really score off good deliveries, and you know that's the way the game is played. It's a much faster game.
Yeah, and even though deliveries are good with the skills, which you quite rightly say, you can get runs off of good deliveries, but it's the skill of the batters. You're so right.
You know, you just can't allow.
Yeah, that's right.
Just can't allow bowlers to just
Yeah.
bowl to you. You know, you have to try ways and means of putting bowlers off their length and try to dominate bowlers. But here's a good delivery from Navi from Balapali. And she is in the middle of a very good spell. In her fifth over, has picked up 1 for 9.
And like you saying there, Earl, what we usually see with a lot of batters, whereby they use a lot of trigger movements, different things to try to see how they can upset or throw off a bowler from bowling what they might be thinking about and so forth. And, you know, just giving sometimes an intention like you're going to come, but you're not really going to come, and they might pull it down short. All those kind of strategies and so forth when you're looking to score.
So two legal deliveries. Left is over, swept in the air, out towards backward square. And they're back for a second run. So Cumberbatch advances the score with those two to 13. And partnership so far yielding some 31 runs from 50 deliveries. And Knight, Kaisian Knight, that is, she's on 12 from some 34 deliveries. And Hola is on 13 from 22 driven. Gets past short mid-wicket and gets into a straightish mid-wicket position. Just a single. So it's really cleaning up nicely here.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And as we look out, Claxon is spinning away. And we're hoping that the weather continues to improve. And we have no further interruption as this game progresses. We had a delayed start after the luncheon interval. But at the end of the day, play has restarted, and so far so good. But Barbados doing quite well, 33 for 1. Magic figure, of course, being 86 if they are to win this one.
Yes.
And most likely qualify for the finals on Friday.
And a nice little partnership developing between these two, Earl, and that is so even more relevant in terms of what is required of Barbados to get to the total. And without no unnecessary risk, no indiscretions, these two batters at least, they can go deep into the overs, never mind the percentage of dot balls that might come, but there's so many legal deliveries that has to be bowled in terms of the runs required. So
yeah, so just another 53 runs required from some
right.
240 deliveries.
Right.
Bowling change from the far end. It's the captain for today, Josiah Claxon. And he's bowling right arm, medium pace, of course. Starts with a slow delivery. But the Leewards, they do need wickets and they do need them quickly.
Yes, and
They are going to be in with a chance in this contest.
that's right.
Chopped into pads, looking to force off the back foot. Seen a bit more sunshine now coming out. So Leewards, after having a very good match on Monday, back here today and not doing too well. Clipped off the leg square. Saxena quickly in. Just a single. So, Victor, who's your money on the championship trophies final? I know you.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Championship trophy finals, Victor.
Trinidad. Oh, sorry. India.
Oh, your money's on India. Huh?
India.
Well, I hope India loses.
Well, that just speaks that you're on the other side. That's all. That's all right. Good sportsmanship.
It's a good shot. Picks up a single.
And that's good sportsmanship by you.
Well, I don't know if it has anything to do with sportsmanship. But certainly, New Zealand and whoever would have gotten there to the finals, they've all been at a disadvantage.
Yes,
India in the same place all the time. Although they will tell you that as far as they're concerned, it's not an advantage, but it is. You don't have to travel. Imagine New Zealand back and forth.
That's right.
To Dubai.
Yeah, traveling. It does take things out of players, because if you have to be traveling when you reach out the airport, you have to be moving baggage, and then from there to the hotel and so forth. So, but India actually runs cricket in so many ways.
Well, most definitely. So, Barbados losing the first wicket with the score on 1. These two, they have helped their team to recover quite nicely. And they are now at some 36 for 1, which means that there has been a 35-run partnership between these two. And, of course, they're chasing 85 to win. And so far, so good. 11 overs completed, another over completed just now. And the weather continues to improve, but, I say improve with an asterisk next to it, because as I look out to my left, I see another dark cloud gathering, and but we're hoping that it stays away and we do not have any further interruption. But Kambali Pali continues. She has been bowling well into her 6th over on the trot. She opened the bowling for the Leewards, 1 for 13. Tosses up, and it's driven by Tristan Holder all along the ground. She seems to be more settled today. In the match against Trinidad and Tobago, she looked rather nervous, and she was playing a shutter ball till she eventually got out. Never looked settled in that game, but he's looking a lot more settled today. But the ever-patient Kaisian Knight settles. She has always looked to be in control of things out there. She and her sister Kaishona, both left-handers, and our twin sister, of course, 33 years old. And they would have retired from international cricket. And as far as I understand, still retired. But with West Indies looking to play a test match sometime in the near future, those two would be ideal batters to have in a test match, Victor.
Yeah, they have the temperament for the longer version of the game, and even in the shorter version of the game, where it is not a necessity at times to bring in the indiscretions and the high percentage of legal deliveries, which is to be bowled. That's what it takes, but because you must get your loose deliveries.
And she gets one, no one puts it away for 4, down to long leg. It was too short, gone down the leg side, and she was into a wicket and swung it around back over the square from out of the reach of any fielders, and it raced away for 4. So good shot there, played by Kaisian Knight. And patience, once you're patient, you always get these bad deliveries from time to time to put away.
Yes, and it was an opportunity, and she did it well. So she understands it well.
Of course, women's Test cricket is a 4-day affair, played over 4 days, as opposed to 5-day cricket by the males. But 4 days is still a long time, as we see the covers are being, well, I hope it's just a matter of straightening them out. But certainly, Victor, 4 days cricket, it's a very long time for females to be playing, and we've seen that the West Indian batters, they're not very patient. They do not bat long, you know. We have looked at the Night Sisters, for example. They are prepared to be patient and stay out there for lengthy period. Oh, this was a good one, and nip back and beat the inner edge of in fact, she seemed to have gotten an edge onto it.
Yeah, she got an edge.
Inside edge holder, and it ran down to finally make for a run.
Because in the 4-day context, like you're speaking to the on the first day's play, once there is no interruption for play to halt, it's 3 sessions in the day's play, and if it continues in that pattern for 4 days, you have so many sessions, and here is 1, 2, another wide. So one more.
That's a loose one from Josiah Claxon, very loose, and wide signal.
So in those in a 4-day context of cricket, whereby 3 sessions and a no ball, so a free hit is going to be taken now.
Well, it seemed as though that one might have pitched outside the cut strip. Thus the reason for the no ball being signaled there.
Yeah, it appears that was the call.
Yeah, Josiah Claxton is a bit befuddled. She asked a question of the umpire, but that certainly looked as if they pitched outside the cut strip.
It looks
and
so to me
once
too.
it goes outside there, it's a no ball.
Yeah, it looks so to me too.
So the umpire there really on the mark. And this one is down the leg side, another wide delivery, and the free hit must be taken again as Imran Mukan signals. So, you know, it's important for players to be offered with the rules of the game. So when you get out there, you know exactly what's going on, and you know, you should not only, as a player, Victor, practice on the on-field part. It is a good delivery, just bouncing past Knight outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So it's not just a question of concentrating on your game on the field. When you get off the field, you have to do things to enhance your game also. And one of those things you have to do as a player is to get familiar with the rules.
Yeah, because once you know, well, here it looks like this rule is going to be 4 runs into the square.
Well, it's not a rule, it's a good shot. It was pulled into the onside by Kaisi and Knight, just slightly back out of square for 4. Another good delivery there from Josiah Claxton, and 4 runs. So Barbados rebuilding nicely with the first wicket going down with the score on 1. And they have not panicked. The two of them, they've handled the situation well. They realize that it's not a huge total.
No pressure.
Lots of time, lots of balls in which to get these runs. And the two, they have settled in, they've dug in. And both of them, they're playing good. And oh, here we go again. This could be close. A wide signal by the umpire Mukan. It was wide, it went past the batter on the full, this time inside the cut strip. So, no ball signal.
She got away on that occasion. Well, also too, and speaking about the rules, the players who know what rules govern them in any sport, they usually be the better players or performers, you know, because once you know what you are playing to and what the rules are, you usually be a better performer. And nothing is wrong really asking a question to the umpire, but when it comes so obvious that the ball, it was not on the turf that was called for the no ball, that is part of the rules. And But as you have alluded to, though, all the teams here in this female tournament, they will definitely have to work on their control because the percentage of wides has been too much, and there is another wide.
Another wide down the onside this time.
So and that even makes it so much more easier for Barbados in terms of getting to the 86 runs which is required, because every wide that is bowled, you have to re-bowl a delivery, but one goes to the team total.
I'll tell you something, Victor. I've played local cricket. Here's another delivery wide, pretty close to being called a wide, I'm sure. I've played local cricket with players who would have represented St. Kitts, the national team at cricket at Leeward Islands level. And surprisingly, some of them are not aware of some of the rules, and which is not good. And I think as a player, one should educate themselves on the game, as this one is pushed into the offside for a single. So it's not just about going out there and playing the game, but understanding the game, knowing the rules of the game, and not just the rules, but knowing the game well.
Yeah, and as you speak towards that too, I remember well, when I was just going to the basketball school, primary school, my dad gave me some cash to go down by Mr. Malone on Princeton Street, who had that little blue book, the laws and conditions of and rules of cricket, and I got it, and then I got myself acquainted towards the rules, and that is what also too disseminated into my all-around play.
We'll have a look here at our scorers. I think you have in the middle the experienced Ricky Scarborough, and of course good friend Fritz, he's at the end, the one in the glasses, and I missed out there the young lady. I can't recall her name, but she of course has been one of the scorers here. And for local and regional cricket, she has been ever present. So, of course, we'd like to say thank you for scores, for a job well done. But here is Barbados really coasting home as it seemed as though getting a bit of a drizzle. Nothing to send the players packing as yet. Pulled into the onside, and it's fielded in the onside, but certainly seems as though this it's a bit misty. I see the groundsmen, Victor, they're hovering around the covers out there.
Yeah, it's looking a bit more on the rain-threatening side of it. It is not with us at the moment because the fielders are getting into their various positions, so play is going to continue, but it's very overcast here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
Here is one in the air, drops short of Sianavi Kambala Pali, and
it was the googly actually too.
And in the end, no damage done. So, very critical stage of the game. Barbados, I'm certain, would be hoping that they get a match here. They'll be hoping that the rain stay away and they could sail home quite easily. So,
end of that over. And Barbados inching closer to the 86 runs that the Leeward Islands made when they were asked to have first knock after Barbados won the toss here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And they know how important it is for them to come out victorious in this encounter here against the Leeward Islands. So not under any pressure at all, so there is no need from the batter's point of view for Barbados to bring in any indiscretions into their stroke play. They just have to wait and wait for the loose deliveries.
Yeah, so seem to have cleared up a bit, although clouds are still in the area. Looks like we're going to have another bowling change from the far end. It's Maynard who picks up the attack, but Barbados 51 for 1.
Four runs.
So 4 runs well played there. Actually offside and
Onside.
in fact the onside, pulled into the onside there by the left-handed Claxon Knight. And she, with that 4, she moves to 21. So they're doing this very easily. And of course, it's a 50-over match, Victor.
Yeah, so they have so many overs to face, so there is no need for no indiscretions from a Barbados point of view batting.
In the same area, this time it's traveling a bit slowly, but it could get there also. 4 more. So Maynard not bowling a good line and length, a bit too short, and being capitalized on there by Claxon Knight. And 27 more runs needed in 214 balls. And if at this rate, if Maynard continues dropping short, this could be very well be close to an end at the end of this over.
Well, Casey Knight, she's doing the ideal thing. Has been prepared that when the good deliveries are bowled to her, no indiscretions, and when she gets anything loose, she has dispatched them to the boundary.
Interestingly, we saw long off and long on going back, but he's a single into the offside. Bowler bowling short and being pulled through mid-wicket, through straightish mid-wicket. And the adjustment that were being made to the field was long off going back, long on going back. And we had cover sweeping also, but there was no attempt to plug that gap to put someone on the mid-wicket boundary. And I thought that would have been the correct thing to do, but instead they opted to probably asking the bowler to toss it up a bit, but she was guilty of being a bit too short. The right-hander hold is on strike now, and this is defended. So 59-run partnership between these two so far. Bowler is on 28, Claxon Knight is on 21 from 49 deliveries. And so Barbados would need another 35 runs in 216 balls. See an adjustment on the score there for Holder. And she has played well in this innings. There's no rush about her gameplay. She has been more selective in this innings so far. So on Monday when she came in trying to hit everything, and there was not time in it, pulls up to short mid-wicket. But she's an attacking player. She likes to be on the attack. And anything loose, she's quick to seize on it.
Is it a picture or a video?
Video.
Oh.
See
can
one
see it.
beautiful lady, well relaxed on the grounds. Visham might be able to tell me who exactly that lady is. She's dressed in black. Visham is also dressed in black.
There's a similarity there. But, you know, these two have, for Barbados, they have put on a very good partnership, and like we're saying, they're in a very comfortable position, and they have gone about their task quite nicely, assessing the situation quite well, and they continue. But the Leeward Islands, they would have to get wickets and get them rapidly.
Tossed up as Siavani continues, and Maynard misfields. It's running out towards the boundary, The signal comes now for 4. And that would take the score to 55 for 1. So a poor bit of work there by Maynard, who's at mid-off, allowing the ball through and allowing it to go for 4.
It was nicely timed, though, and yeah, it should have been a better effort by the fielder there, but that was not to be. So the going becoming easier and easier for Barbados.
Tossed up once more. This time it's well fielded by Edwards. Of course, we would like to apologize for scoring issues. There seem to be some technical difficulties. And the score is not being reflected, but as we look out towards the manual scoreboard, it's showing now 66 for 1. And I see, yes, it's 66 for 1. And 37 and 21 in the individual scores, but you know, I have an issue with those scores. It's showing that number 3 is on 37, but we'll have that sorted out momentarily. Number 1 now showing 37, in fact. So that seemed to have been sorted out. So it's Kaisi Knight who is on 37, and 22 it is to Trishan Holder. See umpire Banwari on the boundaries edge, so perhaps he might be having a drink break shortly. Kaisi Knight picks up another run, and Barbados really inching closer and closer to the target of some 86 runs, and I'm pretty certain that that win is going to see them through to the finals. Of course, we try and get an update in the other matches going on. Trife outside the off-stump misses. The over comes to an end. At the end of that over, they are taking a drink break, and we are going to take one also. Well, we're back with the action here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Looking at the scoreboard in the distance, it looks like 68 for 1, a 67 run partnership, 68 for 1, from 16 overs. Barbados well and truly in the driver's seat at this point, Victor, and this could be over in quick time.
Yeah, definitely, and really, these two have really laid the foundation for Barbados. They have never been proposed with any difficulty in terms of the partnership, but a most valuable one for the Barbados team here against the Leeward Islands at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Leeward Islands were all out for 86.
85 in fact.
85, sorry.
So Guyana 108, Trinidad and Tobago yet to bat. As here is another run. This time it goes into the onside, so inching closer and closer Barbados. And of course, the other match going on, the Windwards taking on Jamaica. And we get an update on that. I think you might have been given some word on that match, Victor.
I think he said it was 58 without loss, the Windward Islands.
The Windward Islands batting first against Jamaica. Okay, so.
After 11 overs.
After 11 overs. So Moses, right down medium pacers. Barbados, they're doing it quite easily. They're going at a good rate, 4.27. And 17 runs needed from some 203 deliveries.
Easy going.
Victor, you're getting a bit concerned looking at that cloud. That is not threatening at the moment, Victor.
Okay, well, the 17 run to get for Barbados. But they have played well, they have batted well, they have applied themselves well.
Wide and signal wide to very wide of the off stump by Moses. And the holder does not have to play a shot, but that takes the score into the 70s. 70 exactly, Barbados 70-1. This has been a big partnership, some 69 runs, and this is good for Barbados going into Friday and probably going into the finals on Friday. And we'll just have to wait and see who they will come up against. But Trinidad and Tobago not doing too badly at the moment. And perhaps they could find themselves very much into the finals with Barbados, because they seem to be having the better of Guyana at the moment. And just to remind listeners that when we came into this round of matches, Trinidad and Tobago was leading, and they were followed by Guyana. Barbados was in third position, but if Guyana loses out today and he's some misfielding allowing a second run, in fact they're back for the third, so this is very good run in between these two batters for Barbados. So 3 runs there to hold her, and they're doing it quite easily. So yes, Victor, so if Guyana loses today, it would mean that they would have a second loss. And this, of course, would catapult Barbados ahead of them. Trinidad and Tobago, who was in first position, if they beat them, they'll probably remain in first position. But that depends on a number of factors too, because there are bonus points in play. But I suspect it would be 1-2, and that would be Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Once, because that match is far from over.
That's right.
Once Trinidad and Tobago wins that match, but they would have to win first, and an aggressive attempt there by Kaisi and Knight gets as far as mid-on and just a single. But Barbados well on their way here. They just need, let's see, another 13 runs to win this one. So by the shouting, it could be all over in a minute.
Yes, indeed. And Guyana, too, they have a good spin bowling attack. So 108, yes, it's on the board, but Trinidad and Tobago will have to go in and really apply themselves and see if they can really come out victorious. But on the other hand, I think Guyana is going to really defend the 108 that they scored. But only time will tell what would be the end results. But here, it is very obvious now that Barbados would really defeat the Leeward Islands.
So 13 runs needed. In fact, 12 runs needed. A single coming from the last delivery of that over. And it's Sianavi Kambalapali, who's played into the onside in the air, and it beats Saxena into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was in the air for quite some time. She's signaling 6, but let's wait and see if the umpire will change the signal. That seemed to have dropped inside the boundary to me, but
it looks so to me, though.
Well, let's wait and see. But certainly that seemed to have dropped well inside the boundary. But the 4 remains, and it's 4 more to the score. It's now 78. Not a nice shot there. Just a single this time as it goes out to deep cover by Kaisia Knight. So she has gone on to 44. And they're inching closer and closer. And will she get to a half century? Scoreboard shows her to be 44. The official score says Holder is sweeping, it goes behind her. Quick run. So Barbados, in fact, a white signal, so that would be 2 to the score. 2 more to the score, so it now goes on to 81 into the 80s. And it's over by the shouting. Should be over in quick time. Tossed up and driven, but oh my goodness, it goes straight to Edwards. She just casually, stooped down, and it went all through her hands, through her legs, through everything. And they were able to pick up 2 runs, but bad bits of misfielding there by Edwards.
Yes, she should have been a better effort indeed, because it was driven straight to her and it went through. No second line of defense.
So it's just another 4 runs needed. 83 for 1. Knight is on 46. 4 to get a half century. Pulls in the air down towards back out of square. Brings up a half century and brings up the win for Barbados.
Yes,
so
and
she moves to 50 with that shot. Barbados crosses the line and taking full points from this one, Victor.
yes, and what a splendid innings from Knight there, and getting to a half century. And as Earl have been saying throughout this tournament, she has been patient. Well, both sisters have been patient, and it shows in the end that patience paid off very well for her, coming in not out, and Barbados outstandingly defeated the Leeward Islands right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Very well played, Barbados.
So just to tell listeners that this match has come to an end. Barbados picking up full points. And just to recap quickly, Barbados would have won the toss this morning, inserted the Leeward Islands. And the Leeward Islands playing the same team that played against Jamaica on Monday. When they batted, they managed to get to a paltry 85 from 31.2 overs. With Claxon, the captain for today, she scored 23 not out from some 37 deliveries. When East Boys, she got 15 from 36. There were 16 extras, 3 leg byes and 14 wides. And for Barbados, the top bowlers were Alison Gordon, 4 for 13 from 7. Connell, 2 for 26 from 8. And Barbados, in reply, lost a wicket early. Calendar, she went for no score when the score was on 1. But Holder and Kaisi and Knight, when they got together, they put together an outstanding partnership of some 86 runs and took the score to 87 for 1, with Holder bringing up the victory for Barbados with 4 backward of Scree, and that also brought up a half century. So she came 50 not out, and she would have struck some 7 fours and no maximum. And left not out was Trishan Holder on 23. The lone wicket taker for the Leewards was the 15-year-old Sianavi Kambala Pali, and she picked up 1 for 39, and she was the lone wicket taker for the Leeward Islands. So there you have it. And I would like to say at this point that one of the final spot, one of the players in the finals would have been decided by that victory by Barbados. And I could also go as far as to confirm too that Leeward Islands most likely will be back here on Friday at St. Paul's to play in that match to determine who is in the cellar position. That match would be between 5 and 6. So very likely we will see Leewards back here at St. Paul's, and Barbados will be joining to Warner Park to take on the winner of the match today between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, match which is taking place there at Warner Park. So we await the results of that one to determine who play who and where. So, on behalf of Victor, of course, the Player of the Match award will be taking place in a short while, and Visham would be on hand. So, we'll just wait for that to happen, the Player of the Match. But in the meantime, I could have a little chit-chat with Victor. Victor, not a good showing by the Leeward Islands at all today. They were inserted, and 85 runs on the board being all out was never going to pose much problems for Trinidad and Tobago, despite the fact that they would have made some 76 runs on Monday against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, and despite the fact too that the Leeward Islands had an outstanding performance against Jamaica at Warner Park, where they got over 250 runs for victory, but then coming out here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground against Barbados and only mustering the 85 runs that they got, that too shows that cricket is always on the day, but Barbados have had the better of the day here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and have definitely qualified themselves for the final. So well played, Barbados. And Knight have been very impressive in terms of her patience and just waiting for her loose deliveries, executing them when necessary. And she shows that she have very good temperament for the longer version of the game.
Well, as we speak to you, the weather certainly continues to improve, but that's immaterial at this point. The match is well and truly done, and as we look out, we see it's going to be Gordon who's going to be presented with the Player of the Match award. She's being presented there by the match referee, Thelma Gums. So Alison Gordon, who bowled 7 overs and picked up 4 for 13 from a 7 overs Player of the Match, and well deserved too. It was really a fine spell, and it really broke the back of the Leeward Islands batting. And of course, she bowled a slow medium pacers. But was deceptive at time, but certainly very successful. But that's it from us here from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and we'll be back on Friday to bring you that playoff between the 5th and 6th place teams to determine who is number 5 and who is number 6. So until then, do have a pleasant afternoon, a pleasant Wednesday afternoon, and a pleasant evening.